Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am back on your screen once again for Comfort the Tea, Steve for the personality. I hope you're keeping well. How are you guys? I know it's only been less than 24 hours since I've seen some of you, so welcome to the stream. Aquatic, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you. Benjamin as well. Benjamin! Miles, Misk, boom! And also Chaos as well, getting in those flexes. I'm giving 4 flexes instead of my usual 3 tonight because I'm feeling generous. But I hope, guys, you are having a lovely, lovely... What day is it? Is it Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. Actually, for a moment I thought it was Tuesday, but that was yesterday, Jay. That was yesterday. So, flexies, yes. So tonight, I need to, well, not that it's urgent, but, dear Jesus, I have so many leads here, and you know when you have so many leads and they get wrapped around each other and it just creates a goddamn mess? Yeah, that's me right now. I have so many leads. Now, normally I'm pretty tidy. I'm not the most, what would the word be for it? I'm not the most tidy when it comes to, let's say, computer, like the leads for your computer, because, you know, they can get a bit messy. But I'm not the worst either. You know how some people behind their computers, it's literally just a minefield. Like, it's just wires everywhere. If you plug something out, God only knows what that could be. You don't know which is going into what. It's just mayhem, right? So, although... Now, you can definitely lessen that. With some like clips or some other way to route some of the leads, which is actually what I do. I have some clever ways to route some of the leads, but then there's leads that I'm, constantly taking out and putting in, so they're not like stable, they're not always there. So it's like, yeah, maybe I can figure out a way to make it a little bit more tidy. But on this side, lots of my stuff is just like kind of plug in and go kind of stuff. So, it's easy for them to kind of get wrapped around everything else. So it's like, yeah. I'm trying to think, like, the computer etiquette, maybe. The computer leads etiquette. Cable management, that's the word. Cable management. Thank you so much. See, that's why 2 heads are better than 1. So, but yes, that is the word I was looking for. I hate, when you're trying to think of a certain word and it just does not come, There's also other things I don't like when they don't come, but we won't go on that route just yet. Jay, oh my god. Hey Jaime, hola amigo, ¿qué tal? Looking nice as always. Why, thank you so much, much appreciated. I say if it gets mixed up, that's not my problem now. Look, it happens. Not only do my cables get a little bit tied around, but I also get a little bit tongue tied at the same time. Nano Big Muscle Flexing, thank you so much for the subscription. 4 months Nano is with us, and as always, when you are a subscriber, you get all of our lovely access to our ever-increasing badge collection, our lovely emojis, animated and static collections, about 40 of our lovely unicorn family. I do need to add more of these eventually, but we've added quite a lot in the last 12 months, to be fair. We pretty much doubled the stack of them. And of course, ever-increasing badge size. So as you continue on your subscription here, your unicorn gets bigger. He grows with you and gets lots of more shiny colors as he progresses too, which is always nice. And of course, the big stuff is that you get ad-free content, and you also get other discounts across other Cottz stuff, which is always a nice thing as at the same time too. And anytime I do voice streams, which by the way I do need to do more voice streams, you'll get priority as a subscriber to join in on the voice streams and even chat. But yes, that is something I need to get better at doing, because we don't do enough of those. I don't know why, but we just don't. Maybe it's because I just don't know when to shut the fuck up. Like in real, like in person, when I'm with a friend, for example, like I like to think that I am a great communicator. I have the ability to not only talk and talk and talk, but I also have the ability to listen at the same time. I'm a good listener. But the problem is when you're streaming and when you're kind of talking to yourself for hours, because realistically that's what you do, unless you, of course, have Discord or some other voice app where people are talking to you, you kind of it's a little bit more different that you kind of forget to stop the talking part and do a bit more of this part, the listening part. So no talk more. No, just keep talking. Just keep talking. We love your voice, Jay. I just want to change the Chrono Trigger. Ooh. Chrono Trigger, yeah. I'm just going to put on like some chillax kind of Chrono Trigger vibes in the background because you know what? Chrono Trigger is the first game that I played on this stream on this channel because I had a channel before this. This is the second channel, but I've had this channel for like 3+ years. Made during COVID actually, and I had a channel before that. But when I came back, let's say when I kind of rebranded stuff and put more effort into it, Chrono Trigger was the first game that I played, and Chaos. I know you definitely remember that because this man right here, who's been supporting me for many years, was also there at that stream. So I do have a great love for Chrono Trigger. I just haven't played it uh, since probably when I finished it last time. But amazing, amazing game for such a long time ago. It's actually kind of amazing that that game even existed in that time. So there's that. So we need to change that to two pecs are better than one. Look, two pecs are better than one. Like, to be fair, there's like, I get a lot of conversations online from like, uh, let's just say big muscular men. Not that you need to be big and muscular, of course, to chat to me online, but I do get lots of conversations from men that I would at least consider to be much larger than myself. And it's always very humbling when you have someone who's probably even twice the size of you just adoring you, let's say. It's a nice, very humbling moment. And yeah, it's always nice to compliment each other, of course. But it's just something a little, it's just a little bit of gravitas to it. It's my new word, gravitas. It's just a little bit of gravitas to it when there's someone who is just huge, I suppose, complimenting you. It's always a nice thing. Maybe that's kind of like healing. Maybe that's a healing thing for when I was younger, for example, when I literally had no muscle. Well, not literally had no muscle, but you know what I mean. Before I went to the gym, when I was yeah, a much smaller J, 56 kilograms, 5'7" J. Not 56 kilograms anymore, but I'm not sure did I ever say that. I may have said it in a stream at one point or not, but I was 56 kilograms when I actually have to. I'm actually just going to quickly do the math. 56 by 2.2. Dear Jesus. Okay, now my calculator is messed up. 56 multiplied by 2.2 equals 123 pounds. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, I was a lot smaller. So 123 pounds for all you people who use pounds, but that's 56 kilos. That was when I first started my journey into fitness. So I've come a long way. Like, my maximum, for people who don't know what my maximum weight is, I'm not currently weighing that. I actually should go and get my scales and see what I weigh right now. I usually do it on the weekend, like on a Sunday, but I was away last Sunday, so I didn't do it, and I kind of forgot to do it when I came back. So I don't know how much I weigh, but I'm probably maybe a pound or so heavier than the last time I checked. Maybe that would be ideal, I suppose. Small, consistent progress. But my maximum was 98 kilograms, and that I should know this off by heart because I definitely said 98 kilograms before to people. 98, 2.2, 215.5. So let's just say 216 pounds. well, it's a point 0.6, so it's kind of close to 16. But let's say, okay, so 215, 216 pounds was my maximum, which is 98 kilograms. That's, people remember the Bear J type of look. I've showed you guys this a couple of times on streams in the past. You can definitely go back to some of my older Instagram photos. You'll see a bit of Bear J here and there. At least I think I have some Bear J photos on Instagram. I'm trying to remember, or maybe that was on my other Instagram of the 3 Instagrams. But yeah, 100 and whatever, 23 pounds was it, I said, to, 215 pounds is quite a leap. Consistently, like gradually and consistently. And in between that, I was going back and forward. Like sometimes I wanted to have like a 6-pack. So, I would have trimmed down to the 6-pack. Other times I wanted to be a bit bigger. Then I had this phase, I would call it a phase, that maybe for 2 years, maybe 3 years, maybe at a push, I was in this kind of bear mode where I just wanted to be like big and round and just bulky, that like you guys would, like, for people who've been following me for quite a while, or maybe you've seen some older photos, the look I'm talking about. So for maybe 2-3 years I had this phase where I just wanted to kind of be that big hairy roundy roundy bear type thing. I'm just a teddy bear, guys. Teddy bear. So yeah, I've been changing my body throughout the years, so it's never just been like a straight line, because if it was just a straight line and if that's all it took, dear God, I'd probably be 150 plus kilograms at the moment, if not more, and that would be seriously, well, I'd be probably dead, to be fair. I don't think my body can handle 150 kilos of weight on me. I think I'd probably have some sort of cardiovascular disease of some description, or some sort of heart attack, I'd imagine. So, getting big isn't all fun and games. It can lead to dangerous situations. Depends on factors, obviously. Of course, maybe the time to do another go through, maybe get all the endings on stream. Do you know how many endings there are to Chrono Trigger? Dear God, there's a lot of endings to Chrono Trigger. We love Bear J. Fitness is always fun. Oh, good, my mental conversion of metric to imperial is getting better. Was saying about 120. See? All you have to do, 2.2. Multiply the kg by 2.2 and there's your pounds. So you'd have a quick idea if you just do it by 2, but then you have to just add a bit extra. Bring on the underwear, daddy. I have my giant sack next to me. So don't worry, it's coming out. It's coming out. I'm coming out. Like the pandas on the tank. You like the pandas? We like some pandas. Let me show you some of these pandas. Aren't these pandas really cute? This is actually from one of my friends' clothes. I actually have to check in on him and see how business is going. This was given to me to wear on, to promote for him, and I love it because it's just so fucking adorable. But I have to check in and see how business is going for him. But I think this design is just so cute. Just like, these pandas, they're all, it's pandas. Who doesn't like some pandas? Oh my God, the trip panda, I love him. See, right? So yeah, definitely enjoy a bit of the pandas. Teddy bear in the streets, daddy bear in the sheets. Oh, you know it. That's exactly how it is. Literally that. Hey DFM, welcome to the stream as well. Ego Jalapeno is here, and Gegu, welcome guys. Thank you for joining at the start of the stream. Good to see you guys, even though, as I said, it's not been 24 hours since I've seen a couple of you. But look, last night we ended the stream with a little bit of a glimpse into my giant sack. I showed you all my giant sack on stream, and I took out a few pieces from my giant sack of underwear to show you guys a bit of my collection that I no longer wear, essentially. Hey, Salami, how are you? That never changes, Salami. That the greeting has never changed. It's always literally tone, pitch perfect. Actually, speaking of pitch perfect, what a cute show back then. I used to love watching Pitch Perfect, Fat Amy and stuff, just so funny. And you know, of course, all the a cappella stuff was always fun too. But you know, it's just a nice little chill time. Bit funny too. Doing good. We are doing good. But yes, at the end of the stream last night, I took out my giant sack of underwear and I showed you guys a couple of pieces of fabric. Now, I want to continue that at the start of tonight's stream. So we have a giant sack full of underwear here. So I'm just flatting it so it's not in the way at the moment. So it's quite a big sack, to be fair. AJ, hopefully you'll find what laundry detergent you use. Matt B-Watch, I have no idea what it was. It was like 3 years ago. I couldn't even tell you. I'd have to go and test so many different detergents. But for those who don't know, basically, I ended the stream last night with a particular underwear in my hands, sniffing it, but it's not... I was sniffing my underwear on stream. But wait, there's more. Don't... I know, clutch your pearls, clutch your pearls. Let's say what? But because I got a little bit of a whiff, okay, guys, let me finish the freaking sentence, okay? I got a bit of a whiff from my underwear, okay? And but wait, there's more! A little bit of scary movie right there. There's more! I should have clipped that. But literally, I got a little bit of a whiff from my underwear, and it was such a fresh... Oh, my ad blocker just pinging me. But it was such a fresh scent. I was like... It was just luring me in. So I just, you know, naturally, you just have to put your nose into the underwear. Not that I ever do that to other people's underwear ever. I certainly have never sniffed someone's underwear. I don't know what you're talking about, guys. I just don't know what you're talking about. But, you know, things happen. Sus. Very sus, right? So, I got this whiff, a nice fresh scent from this, and it was a lovely pair of underwear. They were a lovely pair of Gladiator Aussie bums that I haven't worn in about 3+ years. And they were in the sack. Now, what's in this sack are underwear that I do not use because I have far too many underwear. And I'm seriously considering selling these underwear. Now, these are all really nice underwear. Different colors, premium brands, all great stuff. So I'm probably never going to wear these ever again. I've worn every single one of these at least once in my life. So I got lots of this. I got pretty much all of this underwear over the years for free from doing promotions online, wearing the underwear, taking photos, taking videos, commenting about the underwear, etc. And I'm happy to do that because I got free fucking underwear and underwear that I would actually wear. Some I worn many times. But over the years, you get a stockpile of underwear and literally you're not going to wear them all. And it just takes up way too much space. So I have a pile of underwear that I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with. So last night we took out a couple of pairs of underwear. I'm actually, they're still at the top of the pile. So I'm just going to take those ones out and I'm going to reveal to you a couple of more pairs of underwear. Oh yes, so finishing off my story about sniffing underwear. It's never going to sound good no matter what the context is it, especially if you just come into the stream right now and the first thing you hear is literally that. But yeah, there's literally no other way I think to properly describe it. So I had this fresh whiff from the underwear and I was like lured into it and I just had to smell it. I couldn't believe that after like 3+ years of not wearing these underwear, which of course I wouldn't have also put into the laundry to wash because I wouldn't have been wearing them, it still had a fresh smell of laundry, like some detergent or freshener, and I'm like, how the hell is that even possible? So I was amazed if you went back to watch the other stream, which you can do so on Twitch, by the way. I will have it uploaded to YouTube eventually because they all disappear from Twitch after 60 days or so. You can definitely go back and see that. So tonight, to start off the stream, we're going to show you another few of the underwear collection that I'm trying to figure out what to do with. Now, I could just give them away to different friends. Of course, I could. Like, I'd be probably a really good friend for giving people free underwear, right? But I'm sure there's other ways that I can use these underwear as well and give them away. I'm up for ideas, people. I'm up for ideas what I can do with these underwear. You can tell me. You can tell me your ideas. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. You're probably a smaller waist. I'm 34 inches here. Well, lots of these underwear, they have a little bit of a stretchiness in them. So, like, you wouldn't be completely, let's say, restricted. It depends on the underwear, obviously. But you wouldn't be completely restricted even if you have a, like, you do have a wider waist than myself. So I'm sure some of them will do. Might just go and sell it on Vinted, make some coins out of it. Man, look, coins are coins. I'm not going to turn down money, you know. Well, depends on the reason for the money, obviously, but you know what I mean. Life is expensive, people. Life is fucking expensive. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Sniff away, Jay. A buddy of mine gave me a garbage bag full of boxers I owe in my life. Man, boxers are so comfy, man. I love boxers. On nights out, I tend to wear kind of briefs and stuff, but I don't like being too restrictive. I actually think it's unhealthy for your junk to be too restricted on a regular basis. If it's once every so often, I think it's fine. But I think actually scientifically, there's actually something that can happen if you restrict your junk with very tight underwear on a regular basis. I'm very sure it upsets how it all works down there. But yeah, there you go. Random tidbit there. I just can't remember the study on it, but there definitely was something I remember reading. No scent DJ. That's sad. Am I going to be like Beyonce? Like, not only does Beyonce bring out like these... What? Guys, is anyone going to Beyonce's next tour? Like, one of my friends got tickets and it was like 700 euro or something like that. Now, I don't know where that seat is. I don't know. I'm assuming it's as close as possible, I'd imagine. Like in the Golden Circle or whatever, you know, depends on the location and stuff, obviously. But I'd imagine if you're like right up close, you're paying, you know, 700 or whatever the hell it was. But, why I mention Beyonce so randomly when I'm talking about underwear and I just say no scent DJ is that right after she announces the concert, right, she starts, you know, promoting a new smell, a new fragrance of her. And I'm like, Beyonce, you literally just had all your fans all over the world fork out like 700 or whatever, just a couple of hundred for your concert tickets. And now you're going to freaking rinse them for, Lord only knows how much you're going charging for your perfume, honey. But give people a freaking break, you know. Give people a freaking break. Life is tough. Like, she's already a multi-billionaire, I'd imagine. Anyway, a multi-billionaire. You know, does she really need to charge 700 or whatever it is for tickets? Well, I guess people who want just more money want more money. So there you go. You could literally give a performance and charge them much, much less. You already have so much money, you know. But yeah, fragrance. So, you have no idea, Jay. Underwear restriction equals bad. Chastity cage restriction equals good. All right, we're going to take... I'm going to take an underwear out of my big sack. The closer tickets were around 4,000 for you. Really, Sephram? No way. That's just... And you know what? The sad thing is people pay that. Like, okay, you... Prep a little bit of a pre-word on that. You do what you want with your money. That's it. Simple as that, right? But, and especially if you have so much money, like 4,000 does nothing to you, but you will have people who are literally struggling to pay their rent and they will fork out $4,000 to see fucking Beyonce. And you know that's a fact. You know that's a fact. So, once again, do as you wish with your money. That it's your money. but you literally will have people deciding Beyonce tickets or rent money, you know, or holidays for this year, like, or you know, whatever the case may be. It's like, lads, calm the fuck down. She's not that good. She's good. She's great. She's a great singer. But 4,000? Fuck no. I'd put down to my savings. To be honest, I'd invest it because then I'd multiply it by probably 100 over the next couple of fucking years, and then I can go and see Beyonce with my 400,000. That way, baby, much better. But people are strange. People are strange. People just throw money away. But once again, it's your money, you do as you wish. It's also Ticketmaster being a gigantic, unending abyss of greed. Absolutely agreed with you. Agreed on the greed. Yeah, no artist is worth that. Trying to save up money to ride a train to Chicago round trip. Man, life is tough. Life is tough. But look, okay, okay. I'm literally just juggling around this underwear. I'm juggling it around. And, okay, the first one to come out of the sack is... Did we see these last night? They look familiar. I think we saw these ones. Oh no, they're very similar to the ones that we saw last night. Yeah, we had a very similar color, actually. It's from a different brand. I'm just going to put the sack. I'm just going to put my big sack in between my legs. I said it. It is just what it is. So, okay, next underwear, Teammate. Nice colours of underwear, indeed, of underwear. Remember, guys, we're on Twitch. So, next underwear from my big sack of underwear that I don't use, that I have worn at least once in my life, but they're just like now a collection of mine. What on earth is happening? Clockmouth just doesn't know. Jay's has underwear in his hands. These ones you can also tie up. Oh, well, you can also tie up, but the string is whatever. But yeah, you can actually tie these ones up from the inside to make them tighter if you want to. So these are nice. They're stretchy. They're stretchy. Now, they're a bit restrictive, of course. These are briefs, but they are stretchy. So, like, you could definitely add a couple of inches to your waist size if you want to. Nice color. It's not usually a color I'd wear, but definitely can see my... I have worn these, so definitely I can see myself in them. But yeah, so there's a teammate. What's the size on these ones? These ones are... They're probably medium or large, because that's normally what I take. Where is the... it doesn't seem to say. Just do not wash. Do not wash in certain, degrees and stuff. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's printed on this. Yeah, it's an M. This is a medium. This is a medium. Teammate, medium. So there we go. Your big sack with a full load between your legs. I know, right? A full load of laundry. I know. Lots of artists are leaving Ticketmaster, thank God. Man, greed. You going to model them? I can model them. Just not on Twitch. Alright, we're going to reach back into my big sack once again. We're going to grab another pair of underwear. You never know what's coming out. What are these ones? Ooh, yes, I remember these ones. Oh, these I actually might use these because these are boxers. These like you can never have enough boxers. These are great. So these ones are called leg. Get it there we go. Perfect for a day after Legs Day, or if you just want everyone to know what day it is. Which actually, funnily enough, it was actually Legs Day for myself today. So you can wear some leg day. Plain, simple boxers, To be fair, it has a really... I do appreciate a nice band. And it is actually a very comfy band. So, it's nice and snug. And since they're very stretchy, you can wear it, a lot of... if you gain a couple of inches or whatever, you can still wear these quite well. These are probably a large. But, plain, simple, nice, I suppose. Oh, okay. These are okay. So these ones, another Aussie bum, by the way. Yeah, the band. That won't fit me, Jay. No, Jay, it means do not wash. Donate it to the needy once sent it. That is a possibility. As I said, guys, I'm open to suggestions what to do with all these underwear. As I said, I have a huge collection that I do not wear, which is what I'm showing you right now. So this is a pair of Aussie bums. Once again, it's quite a simplistic Aussie bums pair, but you know, for people who are brand whores, you can definitely appreciate being like, look what I got. I got Aussie bums. Because, you know, the gays love Aussie bums. They love a little bit of down under. But yeah, big Aussie bum. Big band on it as well. Very comfy band. Once again, another boxers. But they actually are, like, they are nice. They are nice. But, you know, quite a simplistic design. The Aussie bum logo as well. It's how do I describe it? It's a print. It's like, you know, it's kind of like rubbery, I suppose. I'm not sure the exact the feel of it, but you know, it's not stitched into it. It's more kind of printed. Yeah. Whatever the terminology of that is, I can't actually think of it at the top off the top of my head right now. If it's XL, it will fit my waist. That's because you're a big boy. This is a medium, but it's mostly cotton, but it does have some lovely flexiness in it too. So most of my underwear are medium or large. It's one or the other. But if it's nice and stretchy, it's good. But yeah, Josh, you're a big boy, so yeah, I don't know if my underwear will fit you. We can try. Come over. All right, why are these? Ooh, these are colorful. Oh, okay, I think these are Speedos. Okay, yeah, I think these are actually more Speedos, but you could pass these as underwear. Well, Speedos and underwear, like, yeah, the fabric is different, but, like, you could wear these as underwear, absolutely. But I think these are actually more Speedos. So it's, so I know the green screen is gonna mess with the color, but this is a kind of a turquoise teal color. Kind of funky design. Once again, I know the green screen is messing with the kind of vibrant colors on this one. A budgie smuggler, and yes, you can also tie it up. You know, if you want it to be a bit tighter on your waist. This is also a medium. Original quality tailored garment from Russia with love. So this is a Russian company. So yeah, who knew the Russians like a little bit of color, huh? Oh my God, see-through Speedo. It's going to be like Invisibear. It's going to be like Invisibear. In July I'll be there, yes. What's the size? I'll send you my address. So let me reach into my big sack again. And what do we have here? Okay, these are, you know what? These can also pass as shorts, okay? And this is true. I have actually worn these as shorts, and I've also worn these as underwear. You can literally do either with these ones. Now, this is just this is a very simplistic, you know, design. It's just like kind of like lightning, I suppose, like bolts, just all over it. I don't know. Yes, the string is gone from them. I could probably cut the string on, so, but you could tighten it more. But it is stretchy. Very innovative. And also, this isn't the first type of underwear that I have like this as well. They actually have pockets, which is amazing. Yes, I have multiple pairs of underwear that have pockets, which is, to be fair, if you ever go to like a party, trust me, they come in very, very handy. Innovative indeed. But you could use these as shorts. You can also use these as underwear. They're literally you could easily get away with either. Something comfy. What's the brand name on these ones? Oh, these are JJ Malibu. They're a large. They're a JJ Malibu. So JJ Malibu. So this is a JJ Malibu collection. And also, if you do want JJ Malibu, just on a side note, there's a link for JJ Malibu down below, and you also have a discount attached to it too. Now, this is just as an FYI. I'm not promoting JJ Malibu at the moment, but you know, they do sponsor me with gear from time to time. That's why you have a discount code if you ever wanted it. All right, let's do another pair. What's coming out next? Ooh, a white. Ah, okay, I have two pairs of these. One are black and one are white. This is Matt James. This is an English company, actually. Now, I don't know if he still makes underwear. It was literally given to me by a kind of a startup. A guy who's pretty much making underwear in his spare time, like pretty much how a lot of these companies start. You do it as a side gig and you're making like, t-shirts and underwear and la la la, right? And then, well, if you get lucky or, your marketing is on point, you get your name out there and then you could become you could be like a house, kind of like a household name kind of thing. So yeah, these are very, very basic, black and white. Once really comfortable band once again if you don't like how some underwear kind of like crush your pelvis a bit, and these are simple boxers, but once again love this type of stuff because they're so comfortable to wear. I normally wear boxers on a day-to-day, and then when I'm going out or I want to feel a little bit more fancy or whatever, I slip into my many pairs of briefs. But briefs can crush me a little bit, so we don't like them when they're too tight. Let's see. I'm just scrolling. I'm just like trying to get something that's a bit different in color. Okay, we have lots of different colors here. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. We'll do another pair. They have jean shorts with a hole in the back. I wonder why. What is that hole for, Ego? What else? What else could it be for? So this is Hand Me Down. It's called. It's a CINZ. Is it? And actually, it's hard to actually read the brand name on these ones, and then their kind of motto is "Hand Me Down." But okay, it's next to support. So yeah, these are like, once again, boxers. Well, they're kind of more like briefs. They're kind of boxers slash briefs. They're a little bit, let's say, bigger than the traditional, let's say, boxers, but not quite the size of boxers. So I'm just going to call these boxer briefs. But for anyone who likes a little bit of stripies, and people love stripes. So if you are a stripy person and don't like, if you kind of like darker, I suppose, there you go. If you don't want anything like bright and flashy, save them for me. Actually send them. I'll pay for the postage. Josh, those ones will not fit you. They're not stretchy. They're not stretchy enough, those ones. They will not fit you. You will literally have your balls crushed. I think you'll rip them if you bend down or something. Bend over. Like you do best. I joke. Ooh, ayo. Ayo. I knew there'd be at least another. I knew there would eventually come a jock strap in these ones. So this is a Jack Adams jock strap. Nice colors, different, absolutely different from some of the other things that we've seen already today. But we have orange, and then we have kind of like navy and white. Once again, very like lots of jock straps have nice, comfortable bands on them as well. Nice support for your for your waist, and also, of course, because it's a jock strap, they are very flexible. For no particular reason. And, obviously, like any jock strap, you have, well, the back, which there isn't really much there because it's just two, well, it's just like these two little things right here. I don't know why these exist. It's not that you pull them and snap. Yes, Jay, that's exactly what you do. So, yes, so if you want a little bit of a nice ass support, maybe to a party, maybe to a romantic encounter, or maybe just to the gym or something, or to your sports, because sports, a nice little jock strap for your convenience right there. Don't tell them my business. Indeed. So let's do 2 or 3 more pairs. There's so many here. I'll take most of the stream doing this otherwise. Now, remember, this collection are from underwear that I don't wear, that I've worn before in the past at least once for a promotional shot, or else I wore multiple times because I like them. But then over time, I've gathered so much underwear that I have a different set of underwear that I would call my regular or my preferred underwear, and some of those I don't wear that all that regular either. Like some might wear for a bit more of a special occasion or whatnot. But when you have so much stuff, eventually stuff gets regulated to like the abyss, right? You should design your own. Man, I've thought about that in the past, to be fair. So what are these ones? These are Timmy O'Teo, another Timmy O'Teo. We have already had another Timmy O'Teo. Yeah, this I love the blue and the white. Like I'm always a blue and a white kind of person. I like the colors. I just like the colors and the mix match between them. But yeah, pretty much pretty standard kind of briefs. Nothing. Once again, lovely, very comfortable band on these ones. But once again, different. I'll be happy when old pair used heavily during cardio. Well, now. That's an idea. Well, look, let's just say, of course, it wouldn't be the first time that someone's asked me to wear my underwear after after wearing them in the gym. It wouldn't be the first time people have asked me for my underwear. I've never done it. I've never given my underwear to someone, as in sent it to them, but not outside the realms of possibility, I suppose. So spill the tea. Spill the tea. Oh man, I used to get messages. I think people stopped asking me because I kept saying no. But to be fair, now that I look back, being like, I could have made a lot of money that way. And I see, the thing is, I would only wear good underwear because, like, you could do it cheap as fuck as well. To be honest, you could go to, let's say, one of those kind of discount stores in your local city or whatnot, or you could probably even order online, like a big bulk order of just kind of basic or plain enough underwear, right? And you could just wear them one by one and just send them out. Like it's like printing money, I'd imagine, for people who get asked all the time, and for people who are willing to do it. But yeah, the whole postage stuff and just packaging them all, yeah, it'd be time consuming, I suppose. You could probably do batch orders, and you could go to your local post office or whatever and be like, "Hi, I have like 10 packages to be delivered to wherever." So you could do that, I'd imagine. But yeah, I've never gotten to that stage that I actually wanted to do it. So I actually knew a porn star in LA that would sell used underwear. He'd just throw it in his dog's bed until it smelled. It wasn't his scent. Oh my, really? It's like what's her name? Bella. What was that girl's name that sold the bath water? Bella the Fame, something like that. Bella something. But yeah, like genius in a way that literally that she got guys to pay for her, like pay for bottled bath water. But Bella Thorne? No, it's not Bella Thorne. It's not Bella Thorne. It's someone else. But that's genius. Delphine. Yeah, that's Delphine. That's the one. Like that's genius in my opinion. Like, for someone to be able to do that, and literally like she made a lot of money from it. But dog undies is foul, yeah. Like I would not be able to do that to someone. Like I have too much of a, I think I'm just too honest. I think I just have too much of a a nice heart to do that to someone. Like how I see it, okay? Because I see it as a business transaction, okay? You're asking me for a service. If I want to do good business and hopefully even have repeated business from you as a potential customer, right? And I don't want to break your trust or whatever. I want to be able to I want to be able to deliver what you've asked for. So for example, in this case, if you asked this porn star for his used underwear and then he didn't deliver that because he just threw it into his dog's bed or whatever until it smelled, That's not good business. Now, did he still make money? Yes, but did it forever tarnish the reputation that you'd have with him, that trust? Abso-fucking-lutely. So is he going to get a repeated, order from you? Absolutely not. And at the same time, you'll probably cancel him from all your stuff. Like, at the end of the day, maybe he won't care because he got your money, so there you go. But for me, I would honor whatever it is that I'm selling. Like that's just how it has to be. That's good business. Now, I might have always in my life, I might have always made the right decisions, or might have always put in the best of effort and stuff. But at least nowadays that I've gotten older and stuff, I'm gotten more wiser with things. Like, customers. Like you guys, like coming back here to watch me and stuff, or even paying for subscriptions for subscriptions here on Twitch, or even J for Pay, or even the fitness website, etc. Like, I advertise what's there, so that's it. Like, I deliver what I'm saying I'm going to deliver, and if I fall short, then I expect someone to criticize me for it so I can do better, give me feedback so I can do better. And I think that's just how basic business is. So if I was to, let's say, sell these underwear, and let's say you also wanted them to smell of me, I would go out of my way to make sure this smelled of me, and you definitely would know this smell of me because I have quite a strong scent, from what I understand. A nice strong scent. Apparently. This is what I get told all the fucking time. I smell like a masculine man. A masculine, musky man. Just, yeah. 5 out of 5 on TripAdvisor. Would smell again. Would sniff. Scratch and sniff. The scratch and sniffs? Smells like Jay. Indeed. So yeah, so if I was to ever sell my underwear, they will be, and you requested me wear them, that's literally what would be on the tin, so to speak. Hi, ordered from Jockey this year for the first time. I guess they are quality versus discount stuff I've worn all my life. We love a baddie daddy with a conscience. I got a conscience. I need to give J for Pay a look to see that visit with Jens. Everyone wants to see that visit. But it's quite light. It's quite light. That's just how he wanted it. Jens is I love Jens. Jens is amazing. But he's very particular. Not a bad thing. Everyone, each to their own. We agreed on certain things. Most guys wouldn't do that. I think the person buying him badgered. It wasn't you. It was someone else. Okay. Most guys wouldn't do that. I think the person buying him badgered him into selling his underwear. So yeah, maybe he got pissed off and he's like, you know what? You actually want my underwear? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Yeah, give me your money, no problem. And he'll just throw it to the dog. Okay, great. There you go. Like, literally no effort pretty much required, He gave you underwear, his underwear. Maybe you didn't specify all the details. I don't know. But yeah, maybe that was his little revenge in a way. Who knows? We don't know the full story. So we're talking about business ethics today. Mentioned Jockey because I thought we were just talking about undies and not selling them. Very musky, very masculine. You'll get hard if you're around him. Josh, is that speaking from experience? Josh has smelled me. He would have been in close proximity to me at times in over time. So I'm sure he had the smell of me at one point or another. Like, and I don't mean necessarily coming over and sniffing. I mean just when you're near someone, you can kind of smell them, right? And especially if, like, me and Josh, we have danced together, and we've been together at like ungodly hours of the morning in a party. You're going to smell each other at one point or another. So there you go. Has he? Yes, I have, and I'm always well behaved. He is very well behaved. He is very well behaved. Shockingly. Josh is a gentleman. He's a gentleman. Okay, next underwear just so happens to be another JJ Malibu. But what I like about this particular one, although they look quite simple, if you look closely, they're very breathable because they got holes. Who doesn't like holes in your underwear, right? But they're very breathable. This mesh style. So not only does it kind of hide, but you can just kind of see the outline of certain things to be like, delicious, or maybe not. So a little bit of meshiness on these JJ Malibu underwear there. It's so funny to know Jay is a party boy. Okay. I am an ex-party boy. I used to have quite a hectic, crazy party lifestyle years ago, but I've reformed, and I don't party anywhere near as much. Now I still go to parties, from time to time, but it is a lot more seldom. It's yeah. Like if I was to go to this big, like massive party, it's probably like twice a year, which isn't all that much. And I'll go like here, like locally, let's say in Dublin or whatever, to like these smaller little events, and I'll go to maybe a few of those in a year. So it's not, so I don't party as much as I used to. Now, if I was traveling, if I'm on holiday and there just so happens to be an event on, like I'm going to go out and have a look at like the nightlife. I'm going to go out to, see the culture or whatever the hell's going on, right? Like, but if I'm here in Ireland, like I don't go out that much nightlife wise. I go out maybe once every 2 months, something like that, possibly. It really depends on the time of the year. I'd probably go out more in this kind of summer, but in the winter, I'm like, I'd rather stay inside. Now, when I say go out, I mean going out to like a nightclub or something like that, right? I still go out and see my friends, and I still go outside and stuff, obviously. But I mean like a night out type thing. Like I have a friend's birthday this weekend, so I'm going to have a night out there, and everyone, of course, is asking me to go out on Friday. Like all my friends are literally like, "Are you going to blah blah on Friday?" I'm like, "No, because I have my friend's birthday on Saturday, and I'm not doing 2 nights out. No, thank you." And his party is going to be a lot more on the chill side, because it's not going to be like he's like renting a venue out, so we're going to stay there, and it's not going to be I don't think it's a late night thing. It's probably over at like 1 o'clock or something. So then we can do whatever we want at that stage. Maybe he'll continue it on somewhere else. I don't know. Whatever it's on, but I just want to go out and see some people. Whereas the party then on the Friday night, well, that would probably go on until 3 a.m. And I try and avoid after parties. Sometimes I go. Sometimes. Depends on my mood. Hey Jay, what's going on here? Also, how was about Evil Dark Lady? I spent about 2 hours, my dear, talking about Dubai on last night's stream. You're more than welcome to go back and check it, but thank you so much for joining me today on the stream. But I'm just gonna short and sweet. It was great to go and see it. It was opulent, very rich, very expensive, amazing architecture, lovely weather. My misconceptions were proven false, so I learned a lot about their culture and stuff like that, and it's a lot more relaxed than I thought it would be too, and a lot more tolerant on many different things that I would have otherwise thought were completely different. But yeah, it was great to see. It was great to see Dubai for my first time, properly first time in the Middle East as well. Like Middle East. The closest I suppose I've been to, let's say, that side of the world before. Like, well, it would have been more north. It would have been Turkey, or else it would have been like Israel, which is years ago. That's 2019. So yeah, but this would be the furthest I've been into like Middle East, So first time there, so it was different. It was different, but I had a good time. Thank you. But I went in depth. I literally went from step by step for 2 hours last night on the stream, talking about it with photos and videos and just lots of facts that the locals told me. Because I was treated like a VIP there, which was great. So that was really, really nice. I went to like the world's largest gym there as well. And just very quickly, just to mention about the world's largest gym, I think it's the largest anyway, or if not one of the largest. But it's like a mall, okay? It's like a mall for bodybuilders. Well, not just bodybuilders, obviously, all different types of people that want to be fit, but mostly focused on the bodybuilders. Like you literally, very important pecs. Like you literally have one gigantic section that's dedicated to chest and back. You have another room that's solely dedicated to legs. You have another room that's solely dedicated to shoulders. You have two restaurants. You have a barber's. Okay, you have a supplement store, you have a clothing and accessory store, you have an MMA section which includes its own ring and stuff outside of it too. So a whole MMA section. You also have a CrossFit section as well. You have upstairs. You have cardio and things because you don't put cardio on the same floor because some people have sense. You don't mix cardio with the weights. So quite large. Now there's possibly other things like possibly have an area for like physiotherapy and stuff. I'm not 100% sure on that. There could have been a room dedicated to it, but I may have missed it. But from me walking around there and stuff, it was quite an experience for a gym, and I was thoroughly impressed. And the cool thing as well with the restaurants, okay, you can buy a subscription. Now you could just go there and just kind of pay as you go, like a deli style. Oh, I'll have this, a bit of that. And now obviously it's going to be really good quality food, right? So from your vegetables to your meats to whatever. So just imagine that very healthy meals or whatever it is that you want. It's all made for you. But what you can also do is you can have a subscription. It's kind of like some of those like meal prep delivery services that you might have heard about. But basically, you can get your subscription for 2 or 3 meals, let's say a day. So you could go there and they will have your meal ready for you. So when you finish, so let's say you wanted like a pre-workout meal, you could go there in the morning, let's say for your breakfast, you'll have it all ready for you. You go in, sit down, eat, literally walk a few meters and you're in the gym at that stage. Finish your workout, come back into the restaurant, your lunch or whatever is ready for you at that stage. Like, it's so convenient if you wanted to go through that kind of path. So like for people who want to spend hours in there, you literally could fucking spend hours in there, from eating your meals to just hanging out to because it's quite social, to obviously busting your ass off for your gains. I seen some gigantic people in there. I'm sure at peak hour it would have been just full of fucking. I seen much smaller people too, but like I've seen some crazy ass big people that you think aren't real, but then you're like, oh, there are big people in the world. So yeah, but that was a glimpse there. I just thought it was pretty cool just to kind of mention that. But yeah, Dubai, it was an interesting experience. Would recommend checking it out if you want at least once in your life. But I didn't find it as fake as I thought it would be, so that was pretty interesting. Yeah, but have that hectic lifestyle again in July because Paul wants me to visit mid-July. I'm more than happy to go out with you in July. Party boy emeritus. Hey, Mercury Exalted, welcome to the stream. They have undies with Canadian what? Jay, they have undies with Canadian on the flag. What? What do you mean the flag on the back? Where? Who? Oh, JJ Malibu. JJ Malibu's Canadian. That's why. The where they're founded. I've been so busy over here. That's crazy. Very important pecs. Wow, what a dream. So like a Chad mall. Oh wow, that would make getting enough food for gains easier. Yeah, like if you're getting a subscription for the food, like it's good quality food, right? Because it's literally there, made in front of you, or it's prepared ready for you. Like these are people in a bodybuilding gym making food to make you bigger. So it's very convenient. Now I forgot the prices, so I'm not sure what it costs. Like it's possibly quite reasonable. It's time, it's convenient because time and stuff, and but you know what, I think that is such an amazing idea that if I had enough money, I would probably open a gym here or wherever really, and I would have a restaurant and other stuff attached to it, like make my own kind of experience, like it's called Binos Gym. I would make my own kind of Binos, smaller scale probably, but still getting this world class action. It'd probably be extremely popular, so that'd be good. That'd be good. Okay, let's do another 2 pairs. I'm just going to take 2 more pairs at random of underwear. Oop, and some just fell out of the bag. God damn, this sack is so full. I have a heavy load right now of underwear. Guys. Super underwear. Definitely some. Now, once again, the light colors mess with my green screen a bit, but yellow. Interesting combination of colors. In Jay, you naughty man. Evil Dark Lady, I'm not the naughty one. You're the one with the dirty mind. I'm purely innocent in what I say. And you too, Ben. Yeah, you guys are the ones with the dirty mind, not me. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But yeah, so these super underwear, once again, it's like all of these brands seem to have like a nice, comfortable band on them. But briefs, pink, yellow, white, bit of black on the stitching on the surrounding, and one last random pair from my big heavy sack. We will go for... Oh, okay, we have Speedos. Okay, these are actually Speedos. So apparently I've mixed in a couple of pairs of Speedos randomly. But fine, I suppose. People like Speedos. Does anyone want me in Speedos? I'll wear them for you. So if you like some stripy Speedos, ready for the beach, coming up to the summer incoming, unless you're already in the southern hemisphere and it's, well, already summer for you. Nice, stretchy, nice. And the brand is also then... Oh, this is Timio too. So they're also printed on the string too. Good quality, very, very good quality for these Speedos, to be fair to them. I think these are a large, by the way. I think I've only worn these once, if memory serves me. Once again, everything that's in this bag I've worn at least once, but I probably only have worn this literally once. So yeah, we have a much bigger selection of underwear still in this sack, but I'm not going to go through them all, guys, or else I'll be here all night going through underwear. So I'm just going to pile them back into my big sack. And once again, these are underwear that I no longer wear. Now, in saying that, there was one pair of underwear in here last night that I was like, ooh, actually I'm adding these into my regular collection. So that will be worn this weekend because it's a lovely pair of underwear. I don't know why I considered it not in my regular pair anymore. But, such is life. But yes, we need to figure out what we're going to do with this big sack of underwear, guys. What am I going to do with them? I'm not giving them to charity. I give enough of my clothes to charity. I'm not giving them nice underwear. That's just no. I draw the line at certain places. And apparently my line is nice underwear. I don't give them to charity. I'll give anything else. Just not underwear. They're nice underwear, god damn it. I don't think... Have I ever given underwear to charity? Like, there possibly have been kind of like... these very, just not branded, like just very basic underwear maybe that I've given, like very plain, like, plain grey, or, what, that just basic underwear. Maybe I've given a pair or two in my lifetime, but you know, never say never. Evil Dark Lady, big muscle flexing, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Frigid Soup, congratulations on a free gifted sub courtesy of the wondrous Evil Dark Lady, the evilest mistress of them all. Big muscle flexing, thank you so much, Evil, for that, helping support the stream, helping to pay the electricity and the internet bills, as always, my dear. So thank you so much for that. I blame the media. It's a lie. Again, I still offer to purchase some of them at a reasonable price. Man, these are all good quality underwear, you know? I can give them to you at a reasonable price. I might have to... I will preface this, and I'm not saying I'm going doing this, but if someone wants to buy these underwear, because they're all good quality underwear, and they're mostly large or medium, and most of them have a bit of stretchiness, I will preface it that if I was to sell them, if you want me to wear them, you're going paying an extra charge on that. Now, I'm not saying I'm doing it. I'm just saying it's a possibility. So just bear that in mind. If you want extra demands, you're paying for the extra demands. Like if you're asking me for 5 pairs of underwear, that means me wearing 5 different pairs of underwear for 5 different days. You know, because it would be 5 different gym sessions as an example. So there we go. It takes time, effort, people. We got to commit. We got to commit to the bit. Okay? Etiquette, guys. Etiquette. His line is, "You're sleeping on the couch. No one but me sleeps on my bed." That is not 100% true. That's not 100% true. I've broken my rule once or twice. But for the vast majority of people, no one sleeps on my bed. I may, like, for example, I left Jens sleep in my bed. He was here for 2 nights. The first night, I left him sleep alone. I slept in a separate bed. I slept out in the spare bedroom. And then the second night, I was like, you know what? I'm going to try it. Because I never really sleep with people in my bed. And I was like, oh, this is actually nice. So, yeah. Never say never, I suppose. But honestly, I'm more comfortable sleeping alone. That's why I like sleeping alone. That's just how it is. I feel like used underwear isn't something charities want. It's kind of like that. It's like, do you know lots of clothing you can try on and stuff before, you know, try it on before you buy, but you can't do that for underwear. So it's kind of the same kind of thing, I suppose. So you probably don't really give charities. But then again, people need underwear, you know? Like if they're clean, they're not full of holes and shit stains or whatnot, then I think it's perfectly fine to give them to charity, I suppose, if you really want to. People need underwear. I just don't give people my underwear. That's his line, guys. Don't be deceived. The term is negotiable. Yes. Chorus, thank you so much for helping me with my words tonight. Well, just save the couch for me in July. You guys have scared me. Now I can't find a place in Dublin. That's because Dublin's dangerous. It's a kip. I love when people come to Dublin for the first time and they're all like starry-eyed and they're like, oh my god, I'm living in Dublin. And I'm like, good luck. Good luck to you. Good luck in this shithole. I think lots of us call our cities shitholes, to be honest, and that, you know, they're not always that way, but, you know, we have our own little... we have our own little traumas, maybe, that we're just like, meh. You know, it's not that everyone hates where they live, but I think over time you're just like, meh, it's just Dublin, or meh, it's just Paris. Like I think Paris is a kip. Like, so there you go. There's my standards. You know, I think Paris is a shithole. So if I think Paris is a shithole, and I also think Dublin is a shithole, and I think London is a shithole too. Not all of London, but most of London that I've been to is a shithole. Just saying. So you know what I'm saying. We all consider different things shitholes. So I call Dublin a shithole. Not all of Dublin outside of the city centre can be lovely. But I think the city centre is a dump. Or as I like to say, a kip. I love sleeping on a comfy couch. Yeah, I fall asleep on my couch. My couch is very comfortable, and I fall asleep on it. I take naps in it just because I'm gaming. I could be gaming on my couch, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, is there a lot of crime? The crime, unfortunately, has increased over the last couple of years. That's why I call it a kip. Like, it's not that dirty. Like, I think Dublin City is quite clean. It's not the cleanest, but I think it's decently clean. I still think it's fucking a dump, but there you go. But like things like crime and other factors are pretty much why I say it's a dump. Crime has definitely increased over the last couple of years, and that's from what's the term I like to use? Okay, this is from a couple of different factors, but one of the big factors from an Irish side of things would be the socio what's socio disadvantaged no socio-economically disadvantaged people or challenged people. I say disadvantaged people, but meaning people who don't have much. And when people don't have much, it's very potent, if they're trying to fight to survive, you might go through any means necessary to feed yourself or to get things. So like it is very relative. There is a correlation between the poorer you are, the more likely you're going to commit a crime. Now that doesn't mean you will, but when you are starving or you're suffering, you might lash out at people, or you might, to survive at least, you'll maybe commit crime. Like it could be something tiny, like stealing a loaf of bread, kind of thing. Like if you want to think back to the days of like when you were a kid and you were watching like Disney movies and you were watching like Aladdin, and then you'd have like the street rat, going and stealing like bread, and the monkey Abu would help steal the apples and stuff like that. It's kind of like that. Just obviously real life, and there's no monkey stealing the food. And the street rat is just unfortunately someone who doesn't have money, which may or may not be their fault. Once again, not judging, we just don't know the situation, but there is a correlation that the poorer you are, the more likely you're going to commit crime. Like everyone knows that. So, and this is where I'm coming from, because Dublin is such an expensive city, it's easily one of the most expensive cities in the world, easily. I think it's the second most expensive city in Europe, or very close to that. So this is why I'm talking. And places like London and Paris are extremely expensive, and Dublin is literally right up there with them. So and you can translate that to probably other cities that you're aware of, like the New Yorks and probably LAs of the world and stuff like that. Maybe not to the same extremes, but quite up there. So it can be extremely expensive to live here. Everything is too expensive, to be fair. So when you're already living in poverty, and you can't really afford to do much, you might resort to crime. And over the last couple of years, that's definitely what has happened to Dublin and lots of other cities. I'm not just throwing Dublin under the bus. Like, I'm sure you guys in your own cities, maybe there's been an increase in crime. Like times have been getting tough, the cost of living crisis and stuff like that. Like we're literally going from talking about underwear to talking about socio-disadvantaged people. You never know what happens on a J Cottz stream. I'm literally there talking about underwear and sniffing and selling underwear and wearing underwear. And now we're talking about like crime. You just don't know what's going to happen on this stream. I like my city. I hate my country because there are too many dumb fucks as scorers. I can relate to this just a bit. I think it's a lot more relatable than we actually realize. I think all of us can definitely relate that we don't like our city for one way or another, right? The world isn't perfect. Life can be beautiful, but the world is certainly not perfect. I try my best to be optimistic, but I'm also a realist. I'm quite a hopeful person, but at the same time, I will call shit out when shit obviously hits the fan, right? But I try my best to not be negative because that's just going to bring down my energy, and I don't want that. I have enough shit that's vying for my attention to bring down my energy as it is, and I try and push it all the fuck away, and that's called growth. Some people play into it on a day-to-day basis. They watch the news, they watch like media, they get upset by what they see on TikTok or X or whatever the fuck. The next thing that Trump says, the next thing that Elon says, the next thing whatever your president says, your government, they're all assholes, whatever. People will constantly give in to those negative emotions, and they'll spend their whole day crying and just being like, oh, life is shit. It's like, it's shit because you're allowing it to be shit. Like, let's be fucking honest here. You're letting the negative energy in, so I try and block a lot of it. I allow a certain amount in because I want to be informed, but I have to block out a lot of it or else it's going to potentially affect me, right? So I think a lot of us can definitely relate when we call our own cities, kips, dumps, shit, whatever, shitholes as I like to say. Because the fact of the matter is, a lot of them are. Once again, everything's subjective, beauty's in the eye of the beholder at the end of the day. Demon Boy, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. So, PSA for everyone, Florida is not expensive. We just have dumbass people in charge. Man, I think we could say it a lot. I wish I could fucking put my entire, well, maybe not the entire government, but I wish I could put the vast majority of my government out onto an island and just keep them there away from everyone else because they're fucking idiots. But I'm sure we can say the same about lots of stuff. What do you think makes the cost of living getting worse? Like the main factor? The main factor of what makes everything worse, I imagine in reality would be inflation. Coming from an economics perspective, every year your money literally is getting weaker. And you don't need to know what inflation is. You don't really need to know much about economics or how money works and all that to literally know that what you could buy 10, 20 years ago is certainly nowhere near what you can buy now for the same money, at least at that time. So if I had $20, let's say, back then, that $10 or $20 would have gotten me further than it would today. And that's literally what inflation is. The money that you hold now is going to become weaker as inflation rises, right? So if you have, let's say, 10,000 in your bank account, that 10,000 is getting weaker every single year. So if you're saving money in the bank, your money is not increasing as much as you think it is. It's most likely getting weaker. The only time when you're saving money in the bank, and if you have a really, really good, let's say, some sort of policy, like it has a really high return rate, let's say, a high yields account of some sort, like an investment account or something like that. Like, they're really the only way that can fight inflation, but a lot of people don't realize that type of stuff. They don't know what investments are. They get scared of stocks, they get scared of crypto, and obviously there's lots of scams and it's very risky, of course. But you got to take these risks if you want to make money. Like, if you want your money to go further than what the savings are going to give you, there you go. Now, in saying that, if you have a lot of money, the compound interest, the return on that investment will outdo the inflation. But there's the problem. You need a lot of money. Your 10 grand in the bank is not going to do fuck all to combat inflation, realistically. So you could put that 10,000, this is not financial advice, but you could look into researching, do your own research. You could put that 10,000 into some sort of investment, stocks, bonds, whatever, and that will most likely produce you more money in comparison to the bank. Because in the bank, you're just losing your money. You mightn't think it. You're like, oh, I'm saving. I'm like, are you though? Are you saving enough that's going to combat the inflation? Maybe, maybe not. So like if inflation's rising 3%, 4%, 5% or whatever it is every year, like your money is 3, 4, 5% weaker every single fucking year. And that adds up very quickly every year. So you literally have to outpace that to actually have the same amount of money than where you started. So I think inflation, to come back to your question, I think inflation is probably the biggest factor. So especially since COVID, inflation was, maybe 3, 4 times in certain parts of the world. So basically your money got weaker 3 to 4 times faster, because instead of, let's say, most countries kind of aim for about 2 or so% inflation a year, but countries would have had like 10%, let's say, or whatever like that. So your money got weaker 10% faster. Like, sorry, 10% faster. It got weaker 5 times faster. It's meant to be, let's say, 2%. It was 10%, let's say. So literally, it took 5 years. So what would have taken 5 years to make your money weaker, it took 1 year. So you can see that compound effect, and that's not just going to disappear in 1 year. Like, it went from 10% maybe to like 7%, and so it's still taking many years off of what it would have taken to get there. So yeah, the cost of everything ultimately goes up. You have less money as a result, unless your job is paying you more or whatever, or you come into money, or you're smart with your money and you're making your money work for you. Unless you're very clued into financials, you're in the rat race, you're never going to get where you want to get, unfortunately. Once again, if your job isn't giving you enough money, or if you're not making extra money on the side or investing or whatever, if you're just putting money into the bank and just kind of being happy-go-lucky, I have bad news for you. You're doing it wrong. You're doing it very fucking wrong, unless you're making a lot of fucking money. I once again, not financial advice, but you're doing it wrong. Clinical anxiety makes, we go from underwear to talking about crime, and now we're talking about economies and inflation. I study this stuff. Clinical anxiety makes it very hard to get even a little bit of the news without getting overwhelmed. Sucks. Yeah, the thing is, on top of that, people go into poverty not just because inflation and other economic factors like that, but also we have to look at the mental health side of things. There are people who go into poverty because of, it could be health as well, not just mental health. So, like, something bad happened to them. They have a gigantic ass hospital bill. They can't really pay it, or else they're going to be spending the next X amount of years trying to pay it off, instead of, spending it on themselves, let's say. But mental health is a huge one as well, because of course a lot of people are feeling depressed. A lot of people are anxious more than ever. Their attention is fucked. Like I said it before, the average attention span of a human is literally only a couple of seconds now. It used to be like 8 seconds, and it's gone less than a goldfish now, and a goldfish is about 7 seconds, I think it is. So literally humans have less of attention span than a goldfish. So if you said you have the attention span of a goldfish, it's actually a compliment, because they have more attention span than the average human being nowadays. That's the fucking scary thing. So because we're so addicted to social media, like, literally, this is what it is, guys. We as a collective, maybe not specifically you, but as a collective, we have gotten so addicted to TikTok, to Instagram, to X, constantly refreshing, scrolling, doom scrolling, constantly looking at the news. Like, our media diet sucks. When I say media diet, it's what we consume in general sucks. And it's fucking us all up. It's fucking us all up. And it's having a huge detrimental effect on our mental health, which, when that compounds, can literally bring you into poverty. Because if you get too messed up that you can't work, you can't pay your bills, your landlord decides to evict you, you name it, there you go. A lot of productivity is lost because we are too busy on these motherfucking things in front of us. These are very useful, but they're also motherfucking life-sucking shit. Like, what was the statistic of how many years do we spend on our phones? What was that latest study? Is it 20 years? Am I wrong by saying 20 years we spend on our phone in our lifetime nowadays? I think it's 20 years. our dopamine is fucked, basically. So yeah, we spend many years on this. When you compound it over time, it's scary. So literally, you're spending a large portion of your life staring at this, and when you kind of think about it, that's very fucking sad. It is very fucking sad. But look, it is what it is. The only way to get out of it is making a conscious effort, and I'm throwing myself under the bus as well with this, because I've also get addicted to these stimuli. We all do. Like, social media is meant to be addictive. It's literally created to keep you there as long as possible. They have algorithms which are smarter than you. Remember this. They are smarter than you. That's how they know how to keep your attention on it as long as possible. That's why TikTok, in all honesty, I think TikTok is one of the worst inventions of our generation. Yes, it's funny. Yes, you can use it for great educational value. But in all fairness, how many people literally use TikTok for all the educational value? Like, hands up who literally uses it just scrolling for 5 hours, laughing their ass off at all the influencers or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? There are people who can use things for good, but most of us will resort to cheap laughs, quick dopamine hits, and don't feel bad, because most of the world's population do it. At the end of the day, it's up to us to make the change. If you want to be the change, you have to be the change yourself, right? You can influence your local circle of people around you. You can be the good, You can be like, hey, you ring up your friend. Hey, Steve, guess what? I just listened to this cool podcast or whatever. You should listen to it. Maybe it's one of these like self-help podcasts that maybe you could pass on to your friends. Like, I watch a lot of Mel Robbins stuff. Mel Robbins is amazing. Go and watch her. She does a lot of amazing work. But you could literally be like, hey, Steve, yeah, so I just watched this podcast. I'm sending it to you now. I think it's really, really useful. I learned a lot of great things. Maybe you can apply, if, like, this is obviously, it's up to you how you want to phrase it. But let's say it's a very good friend and they're, they want to improve themselves. They love self-development, for example. And you honestly feel like, have you ever watched a video that you sent to a friend because you feel they're going to really take something from it? Like, you felt it. I'm sure we've all done it. You felt it, and it reminds you of their situation, so you send it to them. Kind of like a subtle nudge, like, this will help you. I'm not just talking about memes and having shits and giggles, because I send memes to my friends all fucking day. Well, not all day, but every day I send memes. I'm like, random. But, you can watch something, and not only it might change you and your state of thinking, but it might also impact people around you, and that way you're helping other people. And if you literally, you're one person, if you can influence one other person, and then they can influence one other person, and it keeps spreading like that in this kind of like domino effect, a lot of people will end up being changed for the better. So never take that stuff for granted, that you have a lot more power within yourself than you actually think you do. You don't need to be an influencer. You don't need to be an influencer to be able to influence people. You can literally influence your closest circle. And I love helping my friends out, and I love when they send me stuff. I love it. I think of it as an act of care, as an act of love, when someone sends me something that's educational, that they think that I might enjoy it. Now, I might have already watched it, or else maybe I already know the lesson. But that's not the point. It's the message that comes with that, that I care for you. I love you, Obviously, it depends on the content that they send. Maybe you might feel insulted, depending on what it is. But anyway, coming back there for a second, because I know I'm kind of almost going off in a tangent, but mental health, physical health, like, these are all factors that definitely have been leading to people committing crimes, because they get into a desperate situation, and crime levels increase. So whether you're going through poverty or there's another suffering that you're going through, that can lead you to, let's say, lashing out at the world, doing stuff as ugly as, let's say, shooting up a school of children, which happens apparently every single day in America. And most of these people are sick, they're mentally sick. One way or another, they heard something, or they're feeling left out, they're lonely, they're isolated, they think everyone's against them, or maybe there's some other unresolved psychological issues and whatnot. So much stuff compounding can lead people to, for lack of a better term, turning evil, so to speak, right? Doing shit that they probably would have never done if they were, let's say, if life was going better for them, mentally, physically, financially, you name it. So yeah, there you go. So that's why I think lots of cities are turning into shitholes. I know that's a very long way to do it, but there we go. We actually finally got there. So it's a multitude of factors, from inflation, the cost of living, to mental health crisis. People are depressed, anxious, you name it, or there's other illnesses going on there, or health diseases. La 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 la. So I think that's why crime is on the rise. So many compounding factors. Yeah, we got there. Yeah. It's a talk within its talk. Guys, you're welcome to Titty Talk. There's a reason we call this Titty Talk. All right, it's like TED Talk, but it's Titty Talk because I got titties. Come for the titty, stay for the personality. Titty. So yes, I can only stay serious for too long. I like to have fun too, but like when a serious topic comes up, it's very rare that I shy away from it. I like to tackle topics, and I like to talk to you guys about it and get your opinion on it at the same time. Now, once again, these are just my opinions. That doesn't mean I'm factually correct. I do a hell of a lot of research. I love psychology. I love financial news and just the financial world. Like I'm so fascinated by that stuff. Obviously the fitness world as well. Look, guys, we're human beings. We're multifaceted creatures. Like, you can have lovely muscles. You can have lovely muscles, and you can also have a lovely big brain at the same time. You don't have to resort to being one or the other. You could be the brainiac in school, and you could still be a fucking muscle-bound stud, or else you could still be the big himbo in the gym, but secretly you're working a lot up here. You spend time reading, you spend time researching, you spend time in college or other education or upskilling. We don't have to just put everyone into the same fucking box. This is why I watch old kids shows. They weren't stimulating like TikTok, but entertaining. Man, I sat down with my nephew at Christmas to watch one of these kids shows, and holy shit, times have changed, dude. The stuff that they watch on TV compared to when I was growing up, like with Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon and all that type of stuff, what they got now is fucking shit. It's terrible. And it's so censored and dumbed down. Like, you can't offend anyone because everyone's fucking snowflakes and shit. Because, oh my god, God forbid you say the wrong word. Oh my god, I'm so offended. Give me a fucking break. Like, literally, people who are offended, go fuck yourselves. I don't give a shit. You literally need to get a bit stronger mentally if you get offended at everything. But literally, kids' TV shows are so fucking dumbed down. It's literally making them more stupid. Now, there are some fun educational ones, like there are some, but most of them are so fucking bad. Like, I don't know how they get put on TV. But I was there being like, is this literally the shit that they're feeding children nowadays? Like, from a cartoon perspective? Oh, man. Kids are so missing out on the really fun cartoons. Like, you could watch, like, when we were watching cartoons as kids, of course they were all about entertainment and fun and, like, silly and stuff. But a lot of them had a lesson within them that they could teach us. you know, something that could actually be powerful, that like maybe it didn't connect with you then, or maybe you actually did learn something. But like I'm telling you, if you go back and watch a lot of kids shows, they're a lot deeper than you think, because you know why? Because people back then literally not only put in effort, but they also respected people's fucking intelligence at the same time. You might be a kid, but that doesn't mean that you're a dumb little shit. Maybe you are, but they actually did put in effort, and they did put in some really good messaging. Not always, obviously, not in every single episode or whatever. But I learned so much from cartoons as a kid, and it still sticks with me to this day. There's some really amazing works of art. Like for example, one of my favorite TV shows. Did you ever hear of a TV show called Hey Arnold? On Nickelodeon. One of my favorite cartoons of all time. Hey Arnold. Hey Arnold. Arnold. Move it, football head. Hey Arnold, as an example, was extremely, like, it was entertaining, but there was so much depth to that cartoon. Man, I could probably go back and watch. I actually want to go back and watch it now. And I'd still learn lessons to this day, probably. Recess was a brilliant one. I love Recess. Like, Recess had some really good morals that I would put into it, like right and wrong and basic stuff like that, or how you treat your friends and things. There's some really, really fucking good kids' TV shows back then. But what they're feeding children now, not all, like, some of them are fine, but lots of them, horseshit. Deactivating my account was the best thing ever on TikTok. I actually never look at TikToks as Chorus and Aquatic. Had to give up Instagram because all the artists with 20 plus years of experience was making me sad. I get it. I'm going to age myself. It reminds me of the Blipverts from Max Headroom series. And Sean, namaste to you too, man. Hey, you're not part of the Avowed or KCD2 type. No, not at all. Not at all. I heard Avowed was meant to be quite shit, actually. Once again, that's what I hear. I haven't played it. But it doesn't look like my cup of tea, so... I mainly like lots of computer. Like, I know I'm jumping to a different topic right now, but lots of computer games are fucking dog shit as well nowadays. It's not just kids' TV programs. Like, the state of the gaming industry is in absolutely. It's just nightmarish. You get your gems. You get the shining gems that literally are like, okay, we have hope, and the community will unite and make this like all over the place. They will raise their voices in unison and be like, this is what we want. This is a fucking game of the year, whatever, right? But in between those very rare gems, you have so much live service fucking corporate bullshit, half-assed stories, nothing like just flawed. It's just like, it looks good, it looks pretty, the graphics, whatever, but the gameplay is absolute shit. Most of the shit is slashed. Like, most of the content is like just not even coming out because they're working on deadlines and stuff all the time. People are worked into the ground. The creativity, a hell of a lot of time, is just garbage. It's dead. It might as well probably be made by an AI. Some of it probably is made by AI. There's just so many awful video games coming out nowadays. So it's not just kids' cartoons. They don't make games like they used to, in many cases. However, once again, there are still amazing games that come out. There are still amazing gems. I've played so many of them, and I'm always so happy when I find a gem in my collection. But there's so many games. And the thing is, actually, a lot of the games that are actually gems are the ones that you probably never heard about. And that's the sad thing. And you know why you didn't hear about them? Because they don't have the marketing budget of a AAA gaming studio. You know, the only way you'll probably hear of them is because they're hyped up by the community. That becomes like a cult-like behavior that literally is like, guys, you need to play this. This is a work of art. This is fucking masterpiece. And lots of that stuff comes from the indie companies. Lots of the AAA stuff is absolutely horseshit. Horseshit. And they spend hundreds of millions making these games, and lots of them are soulless, just corporate cash grabs, you know? Especially the live service bullshit. I think we'd be much better off as a gaming community if we literally just all decided to not play live service games. Not paying for the in-game cosmetic shit, not paying for your loot boxes or your seasonal passes and stuff like that. The reward track shit. We're just stopping all of that. If we just somehow all banded together and it's like, I'm not paying for anything extra. I might pay for a DLC, like if it's like an expansion, but I'm not paying for all the little stuff like paying for like the 3-day early access. Go fuck yourselves. Like, that's just another corporate cash grab they started doing in the last couple of years. Oh, if you pay an extra $20, you get to play 3 days early. Fucking hell. Like, that's the state of the gaming industry that we're in. It's literally that shit. Once again, not every game is like that. Not every studio is like that. One of my easiest examples that I can give would be Baldur's Gate 3, because Baldur's Gate 3 actually done shit right. They done it for the community. This studio is for the community. It's not trying to fucking leech as much profit out of you. That's just a simple example. There's so many others. But man, sometimes I hate being a gamer when I'm surrounded by so much shit. But look, it is what it is. We just try and not play the shit. And pay for the shit at the same time. Numline, world's going to shit, but at least Gaga dropped a new song. Which song does she drop now? Don't tell me it's that awful shit that I heard there the other day. What's Gaga's latest song called? And I'm sorry if I offend you, but that song is awful. Abracadabra, is that the newest one? That's fucking shit. I'm sorry. Am I the only gay that thinks that's a fucking terrible song? Like, seriously? I've heard it. I understand why it's popular, but it's still fucking shit. I'm sorry. And I literally have friends who played that song like probably 40 times in a fucking row. But look, not everyone has taste, I suppose. But please tell me there's other people that didn't like that song. Once again, it can be a bit catchy, but just because it's a bit catchy doesn't mean it's a good song. Oh, that's not. I know, I'm probably insulting all the gays here and all the Lady Gaga fans. I apologize. Actually, I don't apologize for fucking anything. It's an awful song. I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm being unapologetically myself and telling you it's an awful fucking song. If you like it, you do you, Snowflake. You do you. But I'm not going to be one of those who are like, oh my god, it's Lady Gaga, so oh my god, it's the best thing ever. I'm going to learn all the choreography. I'm like, I can understand people learning choreography to like a really fucking good song, but for something like that, fuck off. You're wasting your time. But look, you do you. It's your time. It's your ears. It's your life. Don't let my opinion ruin a good song. Well, your interpretation of a good song. There's songs that I like that you probably think are shit, so there you go. But yeah, I don't. Is the newest song the Abracadabra one, or did she like release a new one? Because once again, I thought the Abracadabra one was shit, and I think most Beyonce. And just to be on the same, just to say that I like Lady Gaga. I like some of her songs. I think some of them are really like, she has an amazing voice, but a lot of Beyonce stuff is fucking shit as well. And come at me, bro. Beyonce is getting worse. She's not getting better. She's going fucking downhill. The music is fucking awful. There you go. I've said it. And for those who are paying $4,000 for a ticket for the Beyonce concert, ooh, who did I insult this time? Please tell me I insulted someone. I'm like, oh my god, my Beyonce. Oh, don't get me started with Tay Tay. Oh, don't get me started with Tay Tay. Oh, you Swifties. Ooh, what am I going to say about Taylor Swift, huh? Is she one of yours? Is she one of your precious? My precious. Yeah, you're going to turn into Gollum on this one? You do not come for Tay Tay. Do not say anything bad about my Swiftie. What am I going to say about Taylor Swift, huh? I'm literally, I have a whole group of people now with pitchforks burning. They're burning the torches. They're like, cancel Jay. He said shit about my Tay-Tay and my Beyonce and my Gaga. Do I think they're awful artists? No, of course not. But do I think lots of their newest songs are fucking goddamn shit? Absolutely. Not all of them. Most of them. How do you, man, sorry, Tara, this sentence is hard for me to read. And I'm actually not going to read it out until I get a proper handling of your sentence. Okay, so how do I I'm just going to phrase it my way. How do I commit a lot of time to education and fitness equally? That's what I want to know. Because I make time. That's it. We all have 24 hours in a day. Every single one of us has 24 hours. Now, yes, we have different circumstances that take those hours, whether it's work, whether it's a relationship, whether it's, chores, other commitments, fitness, you name it, other hobbies, right? But the fact still remains, we all have the same 24 hours in a day. How we use those 24 hours can be extremely different. So I spend 90 minutes approximately in the gym on a daily basis, 5 to 6 days a week. It's not that much. I don't spend 5 hours in the gym. That 90 minutes, it's not that much time. But I don't go there for a social experience. I go there to fucking lift. And if you lift, you're not going to be there for more than 90 minutes. You could probably do it in 60 minutes. The only time where it may take a bit longer is if you're having an extra long session, or maybe it's a bit of a complex routine that involves a lot of powerlifting and stuff. So you actually don't do as much as you think you do because there's a lot of rest time. Your body's going through it, but a lot of it is literally you sat down waiting. But 60 to 90 minutes inside the gym, not including the shower and all that stuff, it's not that long of a time training. Me going to and from the gym takes about 2 hours in total, as in me driving to the gym, doing the gym routine, showering, and then driving home. If I was to go home directly after, that takes about 2 hours of my day. It's not that much. So I have in between, so I have plenty of time to divide what I want to do. Do I want to be social? Do I want to see a friend or two that day? Am I posting stuff? Do I have videos that I'm creating? You name it. Am I streaming that night for the next 5 or so hours? These type of things. Do I have any other, do I have lots of emails and questions to answer across my different platforms and stuff? I can divide my time and be like, okay, I still have a few hours a day, realistically, if I want to spend time researching and educating myself. That's it. It's how we divide our time. That's the only thing. Some people, this comes back to what I was talking about, attention span. Some people spend 5 hours on TikTok a day. Other people use that 5 hours to improve their life. That's the reality of the matter. That's the only difference between me and you. And I'm not saying you as in that you're lazy or anything like that, but let's say if you're one of those people that spend 5 hours a day on TikTok, the only major difference between me and you is that I have a desire to improve myself and you don't. That's the only fucking difference. I have a desire to improve my life and you don't. That's it. If you spend 5 hours a day on TikTok, you have no desire to improve your life. And you're probably the person that complains that their life is shit or whatever. That's the fact of the matter. And that's literally the only, and that's like pretty much the only differences between someone being a millionaire and just getting by, is because they have the discipline, they developed the discipline to start, they took action, and they followed that action through for months, years, you name it. Obviously, there's people in the world that get handed everything on a silver platter. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who built their life from, let's say, ordinary background, you know, working class type thing, and worked their way through. I'm talking about those people, not the people who are just like handed down everything or inherited it or you name it. So that's the major difference. How you spend your 24 hours, that's going to be the determination of if you're going to live comfortably or be super rich or complaining about everything. That's pretty much it. PBS Kids over Cartoon Network changed my mind. You know, we didn't really have PBS when I was growing up. And I mean, we didn't have the channel, so I didn't really see much PBS stuff. Rugrats, oh my god, I love the Rugrats. Sorry, I'm still catching up with some of the messages there. That's my show, Hey Arnold. I have the Gerald backpack. Oh my god, great, Duke. I cried with this Xmas episode regarding the Vietnam War and his daughter. Powerful, man. Borg Atomic, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. That's so Raven. That's So Raven. I watched That's So Raven, but I wasn't really compelled by That's So Raven. But I did watch it. We are really attuned today. Man, I'm just spitting facts. Today. We literally go from talking about underwear and showing you an underwear collection into talking about like poverty, crime, financial stuff, mental health, and other socio factors. And then we start, you know, so we went from one side to another side. And as I said, I'm rarely shy to not talk about a topic. You give me a topic, I do so much, I spend so much time researching and stuff that I probably have an opinion on it. Or maybe I know a hell of a lot about that topic. Doesn't mean that my opinions are right all the time. It's literally my opinion. And if you can change my mind on something, then absolutely fucking feel free to. I don't know everything. I'm just a guy who spends a lot of time researching and obviously working out. But there's not, like, as I said, I'm just an average human being that took my life in my hands and decided I want better. And that's literally how I've lived for the last, I don't know how many years now. Am I where I want to be? Have I done everything correct step by step? Absolutely fucking not. But I'm in a much better place financially, mentally, freedom. I have so much fucking freedom. And I'm eternally grateful for that. But I worked for it. So if I can do it, if I can change my life, what's stopping you if you want to change your life, you know? Sabrina Carpenter and Dolly Parton just put out that video, Top Gaga. Dub, you said that I actually didn't watch it yet. I will get around to watching it. Ebron, no, it's not. Why do I feel like people are grabbing the pearls now? Oh, people were grabbing the pearls when I was saying that Lady Gaga's song is awful. He already talked about Beyonce. Chigo MS, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. Snowflake, that's Jay's new nickname, Snowflake. I'm sorry, like, a lot of people are snowflakes over the last couple of years. I was dancing to it with Jack Swift in the George. Chigo, do you live in Dublin? Or have you visited Dublin and you were dancing in the George bar? Borg Tomic followed with the sole purpose of saying you remind me of Russian Cheeseman. I don't know who Russian Cheeseman is. But also Max Byrne. This I have no reason why, but I just saw it. I can you send me like an image? Can you like send me a link of Russian Cheeseman and Max Byrne? Because I could type in Max Byrne on Google, but there's probably many people called Max Byrne. You know what I'm saying? So feel free to send me a link, and I'll have a look. We'll put it up for everyone to. Everyone can have an opinion at that stage. Gaga is part of the pop culture machine, pumping out basic music, says Duke. Ooh, Duke, that's gonna hurt people's feelings. Who Runs the World had like 12 writers, I hear. Do you think Beyonce, like, do a lot of people think that Beyonce writes all her own music? Some of it. Probably not anymore though, but who knows? An artist can easily be like, yeah, I wrote this, but maybe they didn't, why spend 4,000 on Beyonce or Taylor Swift when you can get the twins for free on Twitch? Man, exactly. You can see literally the twins on Twitch for free. And you can support me further by buying a subscription or checking out my other stuff and putting a subscription there. And it's free, or it costs just a couple of dollars and it supports me. And you don't have to pay 4,000 for Taylor Swift or Beyonce. I would never pay $4,000 to see Beyonce or Taylor Swift. Dear God, no. $100 at best. Maybe 150. And that would be just for the experience. Like, as in, like, oh, I went to see them and I had a good time and that's it. Once in a lifetime type thing, maybe. I would not pay some of my friends were paying like €700. And I was like, 700 fucking euro for a concert. Could I spend €700? Yes. Would I spend €700? No. It's not about a financial thing. It's like literally me being like, I'm not spending 700 fucking euro for a Beyonce ticket or a Taylor Swift ticket or whatever. That's just stupid. It's like, to me, it's stupid. Obviously, if you're a huge fan of these people, like I'd consider myself an enjoyer of their music, but I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I can listen to lots of Taylor Swift. I can listen to lots of Lady Gaga. I could listen to lots of Beyonce. It doesn't mean I'm a fan. It just means I appreciate the songs that I like to listen to, I can still respect the artist for the songs that I enjoy, and then I can still criticize them when I think that the sound or the vision or whatever is dog shit. But I certainly wouldn't be spending €700 or $4,000 or whatever on a ticket. Now, if someone gave it to me for free, maybe I would, because then all I'm spending is my time, and I guess I could spare them 2 or 3 hours of my life. I suppose they have given me lots of entertainment over the years, so I guess the least I could do is give them 2 or 3 hours. Just the way you're saying it. Man, I know when I'm on a rant, There's like, nothing's getting past. Honestly, after I Sasha Fierce was the downfall for Beyonce. Probably agree with you on that. Someone woke up and chose violence today. Salami. I'm in a great mood, and that's why I literally don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. There's a power in not giving a shit. There's a queen. She's a queen, a goddess. I've been listening to the Dream Studio songs on repeat recently. Maybe pop, but it's catchy. You got dub coming for you now. Liar, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing follow button. Do you know that movie actually with Jim Carrey, Liar? Oh, good times. An hour every 4 days actually took a lot of time away from me. What do you mean an hour every 4 days, Tara? I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning by that. You're not talking about the gym in that one. I think I spent so much time doing homework in my youth that I prioritized fun and recreation most time after working. Man, look, I don't care who you are, all right? But if you say to me that you don't like to have fun in your life, Not that I'm saying that you did, but I'm just saying this in general. But I don't care who you are, but if you say that you don't like to have fun in your life, then dear God, there's no hope. That you have to have fun. You have to find your own enjoyment, whatever that is. Whether that's maybe that's scrolling through TikTok and laughing your ass off at random influencers. Maybe it's watching YouTube videos. Maybe it's sitting down and reading a good book. You know, whatever enjoyment is for you. Like, you need to have that joy. You need to have that fun. Your version of fun could be very different from another person's version of fun. Let's say if you're, a very spiritual person, then maybe your idea of fun would be going to like a mental retreat or something for a couple of days and not speaking. Or if you're big on self-development, maybe your idea of fun, you know, is learning as much as humanistically possible about yourself and growing, right? Your idea of fun might be going watching a sports game. Your idea of fun might be going hiking. Your idea of fun might be watching series. You know, the point is you need to have fun. And for people who don't have fun, or they don't have any fun or joy in their life, I can only assume is a very miserable person. You have to have fun and recreation, man. You have to. Because let's go into the psychology for a second. We all grew up from being a little child and growing into a bigger child, right? Yay! AKA me, man-child. But we all grew from being a little person into being an adolescent person, into being an adult person and whatnot. We all have many traumas that we faced from childhood. We all still have that like inner smaller version of ourselves still in there, and we have to feed him, or you know, we have to feed that person that's within us, right? And that person cries out for recreation and fun. Simple as that. Cries out for it. So if you're denying yourself fun, you're just going to feel miserable. You really will. So please spend time having fun, whatever that is to you. Hey King Black, welcome to the stream. Self-improvement is seldom fun. Man, I find self-improvement amazingly fun. And I guess I don't have good discipline for that. Man, it's a very interesting one, self-improvement, okay? Because I find it fun because I really enjoy the process of when I look back and the exercises and stuff or whatever and the thought processes behind it might not necessarily be the most fun in the world. But like watching yourself grow, I think is amazingly fun. Learn all the stuff that you're capable of that you thought you weren't capable of. I find that thoroughly enjoyable, because we can easily put ourselves into a box, right? And say we're not good enough. But who's telling you you're not good enough, or that you're not skilled enough, or that you're not disciplined enough, or whatever? Who's telling you that? Is it people around you, or something you read online, or is it your fucking self? Oh, I'll never be able to do that. Oh, I can't do that. You're literally saying it to yourself that you can't, when there's a very good possibility, if you put in the time and effort, that you fucking can, you know? So obviously there can be factors that physically prevent you from doing certain things in life. Well, duh, of course. But you know what I'm saying? Like, self-improvement, man, it's a journey. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And like, you looking back like a couple of years ago to where you are now, particularly if you start on this, man, I find that thoroughly enjoyable. It's not always fun. You're going to address some really dark and hurtful stuff about yourself when you go on the inside. That's a fact. You're going to probably spend a lot of time crying or questioning so much stuff that you heard over the years, and trying to figure out what's fact from fiction. Oh, my parents told me this. Is this true? Is this really my belief? You know, oh, I heard about this in school. Oh, but my friends, you know, you're going to be questioning. Like, you can literally deconstruct fucking everything. And you can learn so fucking much about yourself. And you can form your own opinions. And be your own person, you know? I find it very enjoyable, but there's a lot of shit that comes with that. Of course, it's not all unicorns and rainbows. As much as I love a unicorn, we do love our unicorns after all on this channel. But not everything is unicorns, sprinkles, and rainbows and stuff. Hey, Mr. Connor Heat, welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Love the panda shirts, says Hoven. Hoven, thank you so much for that. Jay Cottz chose honesty at Salami. Damn right. Not only did I apparently choose violence by dissing Beyonce and Lady Gaga, and although technically I didn't really diss Taylor Swift because I said, oh, what am I going to say about Taylor Swift? I just said that I wouldn't pay $4,000 for a concert or whatever. But, you know, so you could say I'm choosing violence because I'm probably upsetting someone who's like a major fan of Beyonce, Lady Gaga, or Taylor Swift because I said that most of their music is fucking garbage. But, you know, everyone's different. You know, they release shit songs now and again. They also release good songs now and again. So if I say the latest Lady Gaga song, I think it's the latest, the Abracadabra or whatever the fuck it's called, is a piece of shit, it's a piece of shit, in my opinion. If I say Beyonce is no longer good, like she's still a great singer, but I think that she's nowhere near what she used to be, that's my opinion. I think that she's gotten a lot worse over the years. She still sounds fucking amazing, but lots of her songs are fucking trash. Like her recent albums, they're all fucking trash, in my opinion. If you love them, that's power to you. I'm not going to say that you're wrong. I'm just going to say that, well, there's certain words I could choose right now, and I could definitely choose a lot of violence with what I was going to say. I'll let you finish off what I could have said. How about that? Catch me outside, how about that? Mr. Connor Heat, I just got off work, worked out, played rugby, relieved myself, and now chilling with you. See, there's a man. Okay, do you know how we said that there's 24 hours in a day? And Connor is literally here being like, okay, I got off work. Okay, so there's your like whatever 8 or whatever hours dedicated to work of your day, and any travel commute in between. Worked out. Okay, so there's their hour or whatever. Played rugby. And well, relieved himself and chilling with me. So he has the same 24 hours in a day, and he got in his work, he got in a workout, he played rugby with the lads, and he even had time to relieve himself and watch Jay. So there we go. You have the time. You just need to use it. Hoven, Big Muscle Flexing, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming subscription. Much, much appreciated, my friend. Much, much appreciated. Helping to pay the electricity and the internet bills. Enjoy, of course, all of the Unicorn family, all those lovely emojis between static and the animated ones. Enjoy your new badge, which increases the longer that you are subscribed. And, of course, the ad-free content and all the extras on top of that, from channel points to discounts to other factors too. So thank you so much for helping support the stream. I'm always trying to improve my skills, 3D sculpting, 3D printing, learning to add LEDs to models, paintings, of course, and that's great, man. Like, if these are hobbies and you want to like upskill them and that's what you find enjoyable, fucking all the power to you in the world. Absolutely. Come for the titties, stay for the therapy, says Dangerous Untold. Man, the amount of trauma that we all have. Right. You know, no fucking word of a lie. My entire, like nearly every single day of 2024, okay, was me in research, podcasts, reading, watching stuff that was stimulating from an educational perspective. Practically every single day of 2024 was dedicated to improving myself. And that's just from a self-improvement side of things. I had a lot of shit going on in 2024. I had a lot of demons I had to conquer. I had a lot of personal shit that I had to conquer. I had really awful family news that I had to transcend. I had to become more resilient. I had a lot of fucking... and other things that I'm not even going to get into. I had a lot of shit in 2024, alright? But I'm so fucking grateful that I had all that shit because that made me a better person. All right. It made me a better lover. Okay. It made me even better with my friends, in my honest opinion. Um, my energy is better than ever. I can literally laugh at myself and the stupid shit that I do on a more regular basis. I don't take things anywhere near as personal as I used to. You shouldn't take things personal anyway, but there you go. Like if someone is like, "Oh no, I can't go out," it's like it doesn't mean it's you. You know, I've changed so many things for myself in 2024 alone that now on my kind of roadmap, 2025 is all about balance, and that's like balancing certain things in my life, and that's another improvement, and that's another challenge along the way. So 2024 was about growth, and 2025 is about balance. That's literally how I titled my year, and that's what I work towards this entire for this entire year ahead. So balance means, time educating myself, upskilling myself, balance with work life, balance with my social life, meeting my friends, being a good friend, being a better lover. And when I say lover, I don't just mean like romantically or sexually. Okay, there's lots of different ways that can be, and just trying, just fucking making the most of life. You know, um, is everything perfect? Absolutely not. But this is life, and we have our ways to get through it. The J in Joven is like a Y, or like Joven, Joven. Okay, not like Hoven. Okay, uh, I will try and remember that. Joven. I want to feel healthy, but doesn't really happen. Working out for 2 years hasn't felt like a rewarding progress. Okay, Tara, why do you think that is? Honestly. So if you feel that working out for the last 2 years hasn't felt rewarding, and that you want to feel healthy but it doesn't really happen, why do you feel that is? And I'm asking you this because I'm challenging you on your perspective. I'm challenging your mindset. And in doing that, I think there's some people in this chat that may just feel very similar to yourself. And I think it actually could be helpful for everybody, in a way. Um, Mr. Connor Heath, sometimes the last two I do together. That's not a bad thing at all, Connor. I'm definitely not going to judge combining those two last activities at the same time. I wouldn't do that to you. Tara, how do you make the most of life when there are numerous responsibilities taking up time every day? Great question. I think how, at least, once again, how I do it, okay? I'm not saying this is the best method or whatever, but how I do it is I sit down and I think, what is important to me? And I divide the responsibilities based on their importance. Now, sometimes their importance is because they could be like time restricted, like I need to do it now, like it's a timeline, it's a deadline. But as often as possible, it's what fills me with joy, that their importance, or what matters to me. If there's stuff that's taking up my time on a daily basis, and it doesn't really matter to me, and if I can avoid it, as in drop it altogether, then drop it. You know, like some of our responsibilities may not actually be responsibilities. They might be, for example, trying to please another person. For example, like you could be a people pleaser, so you think that if you don't do said thing, everyone is going to be upset at you, or everyone's going to blame you because you didn't do the thing. So whatever is important to you, focus on that stuff outside of the stuff that's like deadlines and stuff. And obviously I'm sure a lot of us would be like, well, I don't want to go to work, Jay, but we have to go to work. I'm like, okay, that's different. If you don't like your job, quit your job. And I don't just mean like just go in and be like, fuck you, boss, I quit. It's like, plan ahead. You don't like your job, get a new job. Plan it. Like, have an escape plan, an exit plan, 6 months, a year, whatever. Being like, okay, I'm getting out of here. I'm giving myself 3 months, 6 months. I have savings in the bank. I can do this. You know, I'm going to take the risk. I'm telling my boss, thank you for the opportunity, but I'm gone. And I'm going to go into this new, this new career, or I'm going to go in this new direction, or else I'm just going to go to a company that I think values, that would value me more than this company, for example, It's not that often that I'd encourage someone to be like, well, if you don't like it, just don't go, Not everyone has the luxury of being like, you know what, I'm just going to go in and tell my boss, fuck off, and just walk away and just be like, okay, now I'm unemployed, and now I can spend the next couple of weeks or months, filling in job applications and whatnot. Not everyone has that luxury of being like, I have a lot of money saved just in case. But if you do, you could definitely consider doing something like that. It doesn't have to be extreme as telling your boss fuck off, because you don't always want to burn bridges, because you never know when his when that boss could be useful. Whether it's through networking or whether it's just through a recommendation. If another employer rings him for like a good recommendation and he's like, yeah, well, he did tell me to fuck off when he left. That's probably not going to be a good thing. So strategize. It kind of brings us back to something we've already talked about. If you don't like something in your life, change it. I know it's not that simple. I know it's not. But you change it. Whether it takes weeks or months or years, you fucking change it. If you don't, then who's responsible for your unhappiness? If you're unhappy, who ultimately is responsible there? The tough, hard pill to swallow? It's yourself. It's yourself. And if you're like, but it's not me, then I'm going to respond to you and be like, stop being the fucking victim, for God's sakes. I had to tell myself that so many times. It's not me though. And I'm like, Jay, stop being a fucking victim. It's all your fault. Take responsibility, That's just it, man. It's just it. Sometimes it's a hard pill to swallow, but like, if you're unhappy, it's your own fault. I'm sorry, but it is. You can take responsibility. You can change things. There might be other factors. I recognize that stuff, but you can make, in most cases, you can find a way out. If you're in a shitty relationship, get the fuck out of the relationship. Stop being like, oh, but it will get better. It will change, whatever. Get the fuck away from it. You don't like your job? Get the fuck away from it. You know what I'm saying? You don't like being around your family? You don't get along well with your family? Who says you need to be with them? Unless you literally live with them, then you'll have to make plans to move out, obviously. But just because you don't like your family doesn't mean that you have to see them. Choose your own fucking family, your chosen family. Just because you were born, they're responsible for your birth. That doesn't mean that you owe them anything. Realistically, I know that's in a way, that's kind of a bit of a nihilistic, I suppose, point of view in a certain way. But like, in reality, you're your own person. You can make your own decisions, and you don't need to love or like people, or you don't have to like someone if you don't like them. If you don't want to, you don't have to be around someone if you don't want to. If your husband or your wife or whatever is pissing you off on a daily basis, and you've tried and you've tried and you've tried and you talked and you talked and you've done everything possible, and it's just not working out, grow some balls and get the fuck away from them. You don't like your boss? You don't like your job? Grow some balls and get the fuck away from it. It's just me repeating it, It's facts. I done it. You can do it too. As I say, it could take weeks, it could take months, but that's where you strategize, you take an exit strategy, you make an exit strategy, and all the best to you. All the best to you. I'm not going to insist on you pronouncing it correctly. There's a lot of us here. I need a shirt with responsifuckability on it. You know what? I'm actually going to put that on my merch store, responsifuckability. because I use that word far too often, and I don't know if that many people use it. So I mightn't be able to trademark it, but we can make it a thing. We can make it a thing. You know, Clamero, big muscle flexing. Welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. Now, guys, I think for the last hour and a half or so, we've had a lot of serious conversations. We started off the stream talking about underwear and showing you a big collection of underwear and having fun with said underwear and stuff. And it's been an hour. Well, whatever it is, it feels like much longer anyway, even if it's just an hour. But we've been serious for far too long. And I love taking hard topics and giving my opinion on them. And I'm even more grateful that you take the time to listen. Whether you agree with me or not, that's a different story. But I'm just a person online, I suppose, that has an opinion about stuff. But as much as I love to give my opinion and listen and all that, let's change the course a little bit. Let's get away from serious topics, whether it's mental health, whether it's fitness, whether it's crime, and all the other stuff that we talked about in between, and me telling you that you're a fucking failure. You're a fucking failure, and Beyonce and Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift are fucking shit. Besides all that, let's move on to something a bit more fun, shall we? Yes, comfort to you know what? Fuck it. The rest of the stream is topless. This is how we fucking begin our fun, people. This is how we begin our fun. Free titty stream, courtesy of Jay. No channel points needed to be used. You have a free topless Jay for the rest of the stream. How about that? I think that's going to be a nice little addition to the fun, right? Can we agree with this? Can we agree with it that we now have the titties out, so that means we're having fun? Am I having fun yet? Dub, we do love free. We love free things. Free things are good. Depends what the free thing is, but all right, I'm gonna have some fun. Okay, okay. There's a couple of game trailers that people were talking about yesterday, and I forget nearly all that. There's only one that I actually remember that I do want to see. Dub, you have a couple of videos that you're putting up there. Ooh, Family Guy, love it. And there's also a big thing that I want to do for you guys as well. That's not that wasn't originally part of the agenda, but I think Recess. Are you saying that we should watch an episode of Recess? It's 10 minutes. Guess we could. Do like a little bit of Recess. You know I like a little bit of Recess. You know I like a bit of Family Guy too. Change would be good. I'm bummed. Poor Tara. Poor Tara. Damn, and here I wanted to use my 400k points for something. Well, Salami. There you go. Look, Shadow Sid is now actually using his channel points to ask me to do a pec flex. So you get some pec flexes. Let's get some funds in here. Let's get some funsies. We've been talking too serious for too long. And once again, as much as I love being serious, I love having fun too. Life, it can be lots of fun. And me bouncing my titties is fun. Hey Lion Wing, welcome. Lion, you're feeling loved now. You're feeling loved. I wish the quality was better on the clip. Yeah. Game trailer time. Chorus, what game trailer? Hey, Ob of Ordnance, by the way. Orb. I'm doing it again, man. I'm doing it again. This is the second night in a row that I got your name wrong. And that's not good, because I never get it wrong. And I literally got it wrong at the exact same point. I'm telling you guys, it's the ADHD. It's the ADHD that literally makes me mispronounce it. Because for whatever frickin' reason, and I still don't understand this, that's why I'm saying it's ADHD, but it could be something completely different. It could be an educational problem. Sometimes I use a part of the other word and I kind of mash it together with the first word. I just don't know why that happens, but yeah. And I'm going to do it. Orb of Oddness, all right? Not Other Ordness. So yeah, it's just one of those weird things. Honestly, my name is usually pronounced wrong by most people. At least we try, I suppose. At least we try. Uh, you know that if we mods plan to spend points, we can make the whole stream just a flexing stream. Well, you could do that, but would you really want to hurt Jay's muscles on making me do that? Maybe. I might have to put a limit on some of these. If that was the case, I'd be like, oh, two can play that game salami. I can just put a limit on how many flexes I do on the stream, and I can cap it on the channel point system. Yeah, you didn't think of that one, did you? So if I think there's going to be like a little bit rebellion, a little like insider talks going on, being like, okay, we're going to make Jay do this. Yeah, I can stop that. I can stop that. I'll wait until I know it's the day after chest day. You know what? Yesterday was chest day. Today was legs day. So this is the day after chest day. You won't do that to your mods. Oh, wouldn't I now? What are you going to do, Salami? You going to rebel? You're going to quit? You can't quit on me. I fire you. You're fired, Salami. Then I will make it a flex stream, of course. Today is going to be flex stream. Okay. Let's check this first clip out. Then I'm going to do something else. Then maybe we'll do the recess thing. No, let's do a game. Let's do a game trailer because I want to see the new Onimusha trailer. If anyone else has another game trailer that literally just came out that you think that I'd be interested in or whatever, please let me know. Maybe you can do the recess thing after that, but there's a thing in between all that I want to do. Yes, and I'll send you a watch as a gift. Oh my. Oh. Oh, Salami. Salami thinks he knows how to grind my gears. Oof. You're close. You're pushing it, Salami. You're on thin wet. Yo, it is war now, is it? Oh. Oh, really? Oh, really? You're going to send me a watch. You're on thin ice, mister. For people who don't know, I don't like watches. Okay? I don't like wearing stuff on my wrist. So, probably one of the worst presents you could ever get me. I don't give a shit if it's like the world's most expensive watch. It's probably the worst gift you can get me because I just don't put stuff on my wrist. The closest thing I would have put on my wrist, those bands. At least back in the day anyway, like everyone was wearing a band because it showed that you supported something. Like if it could have been like cancer or something like that. So you support cancer research, or maybe you had someone go through cancer. It was kind of like a symbol, of what you believed in, what you supported in. That was probably the closest thing that I kept on my wrist for a long period of time. Actually, I'm lying. There was another one. I literally just came into my head. That's why I literally said I'm lying to you. That was the second longest thing that would have been on my wrist for a long period of time. The longest was someone that I used to date years ago, and they got me this little. It's like a little it's a kind of traditional thing that they do in Latin America, but it's they kind of got me this kind of, I don't like, something you can tie in a knot anyway. It's like a kind of like a bracelet, but it's like with a string, and it was a meaningful thing. So I would wear one, he would wear one, type thing, and yeah, so I wore that as often as I could. But even at that, even something so small as a tiny little band thing like that didn't really cause any issues. I still had a problem with it, but I did it because sometimes you make compromises in relationships. So there you go. Like a hemp bracelet, something like that. Something like that. You mean those stretchy bands? Not the stretchy, not the kind of stretchy bands. So get Jay a pocket watch. Got it. Oh, dub, dear God. But you'd look cute in handcuffs or restraints. Do not make me get my handcuffs, okay? Do not make me get them. I will get them. Saying. Do not make me get my handcuffs.
Hey, Stewie.
What's up, big guy?
None of the girls at school want to go to homecoming with me. Probably because everyone calls me names like Big Nips and Fat Nips and Big Fat Nips.
Oh, don't listen to them big fat nips. They're just being haters.
What's a hater?
It was just something people say instead of working to change their own flaws. Anyway, you just gotta do what Taylor Swift does and shake it off.
Who's Taylor Swift?
Oh my god! Am I about to introduce you to Taylor Swift?
What is she, a singer?
She's much more than a singer, Chris. She's the queen! A goddess! A gazelle in a high-waisted swimsuit!
Sorry, if you're neither insane, nor clowns, nor a posse, I'm not interested.
I have an idea. You should ask Taylor Swift to the homecoming dance.
What? Why would she go to a dance with me?
I'm telling you, this is exactly the kind of thing she would do. She's such a sweetheart. Oh, I'm going limp. Oh, I'm just gonna lie here, moaning, thinking about Taylor Swift. Tay-Tay.
How would I even ask her?
Oh, it's easy. You and I will just make a video about how sad you are and put it online. She's very interactive with all her fans.
I guess it's worth a shot.
Of course it is. If she says yes, you'll surprise everyone, just like you did on New Year's Eve.
3, 2, 1. Some animals give me boners.
Oh, lovely. Oh, Tay-Tay. Yeah, that's definitely on topic anyway from what we were talking about. And that definitely would be something that Taylor Swift would do because, you know, tension seeking. But then again, so am I, so yeah. Hey, Canadian Songbird. How are you, my man? All good, all good. I have a bracelet like that I've had on for about 12 years. It's never come off. You know what? I might consider something wrapped around my ankle, you know? And I don't mean like one of those home restraint things, you know, because you have a restraining order. I mean like one of those bracelets, because it's not going to be on my arm. So I might consider actually wrapping it around like my ankle or something. Well, above my ankle. Because that probably wouldn't annoy me. Do they have watches for your ankle? I don't think so, but maybe they should look into that. I know it'd be very awkward and it probably has no convenience. Well, look, there you go, but it's an idea, I suppose. Slam bracelets. What's a slam bracelet? Slam bracelet. Slam bracelets. This better not be porned up. Slam bracelet, I'm like, Oh, hand porn right there. Oh, yeah, girl. Oh, look at those sexy hands, those hand models for you. Oh, just gets me going, you know. Yes, I know what they are. Yeah. I remember this. I remember those. I had one or two of those as a kid that I rarely ever used because I don't like stuff on my arms. I'd be a really bad millionaire because, you know, millionaires or whatever, like they always wear like, you know, as a kind of a status symbol, you wear like a really expensive watch. I'd be like, Saz got no watch. I'll just have to prove my fanciness in other ways, I suppose, or my worth in other ways. Let me check the time. Strikes a soccer pose. That's an ankle monitor. Yeah, restraining bracelet. It's called a restraining bracelet, Dub, not an ankle monitor. Ankle watches would make one more flexible. True. See, Joven, it would make people more flexible. You know, definitely might cause a few accidents here and there. Onimusha trailer. Do you know people still like do reactions to this stuff? Oh my god, the first trailer was like 7 days ago, and I'm only hearing of it now. Now I know when we were watching like the Game Awards, we saw Onimusha coming out, and I was like, no way is this Onimusha, and then it came out Onimusha, and I was like, oh my god, amazing. Let's have a look. Let's have a look see at it now. If you don't know what Onimusha is, then oh my god, are you even a gamer? Oh my god. Likely mature, 17 plus. Dude, it's a bit of blood. It's fake blood. It doesn't have to be like anything. Need an age rating for blood in video games. I know. I come to your stream and the first thing I see may contain inappropriate content inappropriate for children. Well, there you go, Galore. So it definitely would. That some of the content I've been talking about and my swearing, my excessive swearing over the last hour, definitely not good for children. Titties are good for children. Looking at titties because that can give them inspiration when they grow up to have big titties and get fit and all that stuff. So I think it's good. I talk so much bullshit.
Let's see your best today.
Turn that up a little bit.
Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters. And you can bring as many friends as you want. Not good.
I'm trying to figure out what tone are they wanting with this. It's a bit strange. Or is it just me?
What got them so riled up?
I'm glad you're unharmed.
Who?
Oh
What?
no. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. This is not gonna be good. Oh no. Don't do this to Onimusha. Oh guys, this looks awful. Oh my god, they're literally trying to revive Onimusha and they're gonna kill it. Oh god, this looks awful. I'm scared. I'm scared for this game's longevity. I'm scared not just for the game's longevity, but the series revival's longevity, because if this is what this is going to be, like, I'm going to give you the reasons why I'm saying this. Now, you might have a different, obviously, give me your opinions of what. Okay, firstly, what is your opinion? What is your opinion? What's your reaction to the trailer that you just watched? Whether you know Onimusha, as in you played the previous games back in the day, like many, many years ago, or even if it's your first time, like, what's your opinion on it? Now, I'm going to give you my opinion as someone who has played the previous Onimusha games, who was very excited when I saw the reveal trailer back just a couple of months ago at the Game Awards back in at the start of December. And I got very excited. If you guys can remember, I was like, "Oh my god!" And this is the now, bearing in mind, this is the first trailer. The trailer that they released during the Game Awards was like a teaser type thing, just kind of showing you a little, kind of being like, "Ooh, what's this going to be?" And then it just gives you a bit of glimpses of stuff. So this is the first trailer that you see that is, it has some gameplay in it. It has some of like the let's say cutscenes and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm going to give you my opinion. I'm going to see what you think, and then I'm going to say what I think. Now, obviously, I've given away a little bit of what I'm going to say by being like, "Oh no, no, no," but let's see. Let's see if you think. Yeah, let's see if we're on the same kind of wavelength with this one. And sorry, my posture is absolutely awful because I'm actually leaning down while being like, "Oh my god, this is the end of Onimusha." So let's see what you guys are saying. This game looks neat, says Galoris. Gimon, kill it with comedy. Galoris, I wish I could remember the game that seems to be on a similar theme. A mountain village you're protecting from Oni by defending a lady who sings to the mountain spirits. I'm trying to think what game that is. It's definitely not Onimusha. There is Oni in this. Onimusha. But that's definitely not what Onimusha, the previous games are. Looks dope, says Obavordness. Gimon never played the game before, but this gameplay looked bad, but that's just me. Uh, Yovin, I've never heard of it, but I'm not much into Asian settings. The mystical thing at the end looks neat. Okay, all right. I'm gonna show. I'm gonna. Please keep giving your comments, guys, because once again, I'm just giving what I think. Like, look, I'm Like, I'm gonna, just like anyone else, where I'm just gonna go through it and I'm just gonna give some critiques. Simple as that. So, the first thing, um, which is not to me a major deal breaker because it's not the most important thing, to me in a video game. Just have to state that first and foremost. I don't even think the graphics look all that good for a new game. Like, this is not a remaster, from what I can understand. Way of the Sword is not a previous game, so this is like a new game. If it's a remaster, I can understand maybe the graphics. They mightn't completely upscale. La la la. But the graphics don't even look all that good. But once again, the graphics aren't the most important thing. They look quite. They just look off. There's just something not right about them. Some of it looks good, but there's just something not quite right, in my opinion. The second thing that I'm having a very hard time with is that the combat, now very limited combat, the very limited combat here, it looks like they're trying, like, to put a little bit of, they're putting some physics into stuff. So, like, the physics of, like, knocking the furniture, throwing a cloth over the enemy. But in reality, how many times those little gimmicks are going to be used in your combat? Probably little to none, the old Onimusha wouldn't even have stuff like that. Now, I'm all up for, like, trying to bring a game series forward, adding new stuff into it, and I guess it's neat to be able to do certain things like that. But the combat itself, and we only have a little glimpse of it, but they're trying. They're just really focusing on, oh look, he can do this gimmick. Oh look, he can do this little thing. Yeah, I really want to see a longer gameplay trailer at some point, so maybe I can have a better opinion on it. But it looks kind of, it doesn't fill me with much joy there. Looks very bland, but we'll see. I have to see more of it. And one thing that is annoying me is I don't understand the tone of what they're going for. You can see here, this is all dark. It's gritty, kind of like a horror in a way. Like all these these Onis. This is like back in the day. Onimusha is like this was like samurai Resident Evil, if that makes any sense to you. So these are like the zombies, but they're like. They're not, they're demons, but and then because this was developed by Capcom, which are the same publishers of Resident Evil, as an example, developers as well. So that's why it was like Resident Evil as a samurai type thing, on a very basic level. That's why we call it. So that's kind of what you're expecting, but the tone. They're giving us monsters, demons, darkness and stuff. And then if you go back to like one or two of these scenes,
is what matters.
wait for this one. Where's this scene? I'm trying to look for the scene.
You want. Not good.
Like, what the fuck's that about? Like, why are you adding random comedy? Like, okay, maybe it will, like, maybe in the bigger context it will make sense, but at least for showcasing this trailer, which is like this dark, gritty, setting, and then you're trying to lighten it up with like, oh, I'm going running away from the bad guys. You are the fucking. This is not what Onimusha is. Onimusha is like, sorry, I don't know what the main character is going to be called. I'm just calling him Onimusha because whatever. Onimusha is to kick fucking ass. He's not going to be like, oh my god, there's some bad guys, I'm going to run away in a comedy style. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just you're pumping. You're trying to like marvel it. You're like trying to add in like a laugh track or something like every fucking 10 minutes when it's literally completely out of place. You have like a serious tone going, and then you just have to add in comedy because you need to keep the people laughing or whatever. It just comes across very out of touch. And the biggest absolute crime, the absolute crime, and I cannot fucking imagine they did this. And this is what really makes me nervous about how this game is going to play out. I'm going to put on the final scene, which some of you guys were like, "Oh, it looks neat." And can you have any idea what I have the biggest problem with? I'm going to play it again. It's only a couple of seconds. And honestly, please tell me what you think that I am having the biggest issue with here.
I'm glad you're unharmed.
Who? What?
Did you catch it? Did you catch it? Did you catch that at all? What's going on here that you think I have a huge problem with, and it's going making me extremely nervous about the health of this game? There's something right in that scene. If anyone can catch it, well done.
Who? What?
I think they're going for a Jackie Chan-esque acting, serious fighting and drama with slapstick comedy tons in. The audio isn't synced. No, it's not the audio isn't synced. Maybe they're going for slapstick comedy, but why would you do that? It has nothing, like the original series is nothing like that. Now, okay, you don't have to follow the original series to a T, but keep it on brand at least. Like, look, you could kind of even think of like God of War, right? Like the original God of War, like it was fully focused on action, and I'm not going to say it. There was nothing serious about it. Like there was some horrible shit that happened in those original games, like to the family and stuff, right? And what he had to do to the gods and la la la. But the progression that when they brought back God of War, they really grounded Kratos. They really brought more depth into this killing machine, right? So you can definitely do it and make it work so fucking perfectly well. Like God of War is a fantastic series, particularly the newest entries. But that doesn't this comedy or whatever. I have a bad feeling about it. But this part here, I'm this final scene is what triggers me the most. The eyes are hyper realistic while the rest of the face is more anime, so it gives an uncanny valley appearance. Yeah, that is something. I know you're talking about it in general, not just the last scene. The accent, the posh English accents, no, nothing like that. It's not the voice acting or not being in sync, because as a game trailer, it's probably not synced up just yet, and maybe they won't even sync it up before release, so I can kind of overlook that because it's a trailer, but at the same time it kind of looks unpolished. Fair enough, it's not releasing until next year, so I can forgive that. Plenty of things can change. Well, certain things can change. They can't change. They're not going to be able to change what I have the biggest fear of. The biggest problem that I have with this trailer is this. It's his bracelet, right? The gauntlet, sorry. The problem with the gauntlet is everyone's worst nightmare, in my opinion. It talks. It's your sidekick. And games over the last couple of years, in particular, and there's been awful sidekicks like Navi and Zelda back in the day. Navi and Zelda proved me fucking wrong. Hey, listen! Every fucking 5 minutes, Navi. But there's lots of examples in recent media where having this fucking pain in the ass, never shut the fuck up sidekick has ruined the entire gaming experience. And I'll give you a simple example that this one mechanic, well, I won't say just this one mechanic, but this one mechanic was probably one of the biggest flaws in the entire game, even though there was many flaws in the game. There is a game that came out called Forspoken. Anyone here Forspoken? The sidekick amulet or whatever the hell it was it would never shut the fuck up. Everywhere you went, it would just have to talk to you. It just talks. Just never shuts the fuck up. It takes you so much out of the gaming experience. And I think, now I don't know this, but I think they're going to do the same with this bracelet or this gauntlet thing. I think they're going to have an annoying sidekick that's going to be comedy. That's my problem. Because if they're already going for a bit of a comedy route, they're going to need the stupid sidekick to be the fall guy. They're going to need the sidekick to be the comedy relief. Because it's not going to be the main character, it's going to be the sidekick. So you're going to have a pain in the ass, trying too hard, never fucking stop talking, comedic gauntlet following you for the entire game. And that's my biggest concern. Hey, Link! Leon! Yeah, man. Dear God. Oh yeah, I was thinking you'd reference that game. Annoying to keep the attention. Someone could probably make a mod that makes the sidekick talk less. One of my I recently played through Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. I played the original Crisis Core and I thought it was the most boring piece of shit ever many years ago. And I never finished it because I thought it was a boring piece of shit. Recently, I decided to give the remake because it was free on the PlayStation subscription. So I said, let's see if they changed anything. It was still a boring piece of shit, as an FYI. But I did finish it. And in FF7 Crisis Core, if you've played it, every single motherfucking time you get into a battle, it talks. Every single time. Battle initiated or whatever it is. And then when you finish the battle, it tells you when the battle's over. And you get into battles a lot. So it's like, whatever, I can't remember the exact phrase. Like, it was literally etched into my mind. I had to turn down the volume just to get through it. But then obviously I'm going to be missing other things in the game. But it's like enemy engaged, enemy disengaged, or whatever it was, like every single fucking fight. And the worst thing is that they didn't even give you an option, and like an accessibility option, to turn it off in the remake. They kept it in the remake. That's how fucking idiotic some people are. And literally, if you go onto Reddit or if you just type in that, you will literally see so many complaints about it, because they just don't know how to talk less in reality. You need a stupid sidekick. Like in this case, it's because you're kind of like in a training simulator, so you need the simulator like to tell you like you're in a battle or when you're out of a battle, because you as a person are too stupid to recognize when you're in a battle versus not in a battle in Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, as an FYI. So yeah. It's just how it is. Would have been better if it was a demonic voice threatening to take you over instead of a helpful psychic. That would be interesting. Like, imagine if you had like a demonic, let's say a demonic threatening voice. It could be like the antagonist or one of the antagonists, and they're threatening you, like they're making you feel fear, or they're being very disturbing. Like that could play amazingly in some sort of like psychological thriller horror game. I think that could be really, really interesting. I think that would be a cool mechanic, actually, Gamon, to be honest. I don't know if games do. I don't know if I played a game that does that. There was a game I played before, but it was only for a small section of it, that they had whispers. And you'd be like whispered, like you'll hear the voice kind of taunting you, but that wasn't like a constant, like through the game. It was just like a section kind of thing. But that it works. It can definitely work. Talk less, if you can mute it or lower the volume on it, way better. I think, you know, when there's a game or a sidekick, or like even Navi, like I'm sure there's literally mods that stops them from talking, or just deletes the conversation entirely. There's literally, that's how bad this stuff is there's definitely mods in many games that have sidekicks, that just don't shut the fuck up. They're trying to be helpful, but it's like, oh my god, you know. So like even in God of War, now that like, and not just God of War but many games, they do it, but on a very very small scale. So like sometimes when you're doing like a puzzle in lots of these type of games, what if you're with like a sidekick, let's say now you're with Atreus and you're Kratos and you're with Atreus, sometimes like after a while Atreus might be like, oh, maybe you can look at the door or something, you know, like they'll give you like a hint. Lots of games do the hint type of thing, and sometimes that can work, but sometimes it's insulting your intelligence because, God forbid, you need someone to use their brain in a fucking video game. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you should shoot that lever over there. Just saying, Dad. You know? So you can do it and it can work, but also you can, well, ruin things too. And I honestly think that this sidekick is going to be the. I really hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope it's something that doesn't talk much. But the reason why I think it talks a lot is because they specifically chose to end the trailer with it. As if it's like, oh my god, big reveal. When it really is like, oh my god, what have you done? You know, it's not the win that you think it is. It's literally an L. You know, it's a big L. So, we will see, ladies and gentlemen. We will just have to see. But I'm nervous. I'm very nervous now for this game because I honestly think they're going to go for the helpful sidekick route. Lord J, your accent is so cute. Is it? Is it cute when I'm being pissed off or ranting, or what is it? I need to know. I need to know. I got told it's cute when I'm angry before by someone. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, that is one issue I have with the Tales series. The battles always have the NPC saying phrases while attacking, and it gets overly repetitive and lame. Yeah, I've played some Tales games. Yeah, uh, I wish they were the only culprit. It happens far too often. I don't know. I think the Japanese just love adding in these like annoying sidekicks for some reason. Saints Row 4 had that. The main alien guy trapped in you in a simulation and could talk down to you whenever. Okay. I didn't play Saints Row. Like Saints Row is a very strange series. If I'm thinking of the correct one, its tone was all over the place. It went into just batshit crazy at one point, and just kind of became like too unserious. Is that, would that be correct? It just went into like whatever the fuck it is now. But I think the last one killed the series, right? If I didn't play it, but I think the last one literally was the nail in the coffin for it. I think the devs of Zelda kind of learned back in the day, and that's why Teal and Midna didn't say things. They just made sounds or laughed. Hey, listen! God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. I'm a pink pony girl. Okay. What's Tides of Annihilation? Okay, let me actually. You know what? I want to see if any of the comments are like mention this at all, or they're all probably fanboys. So like but sometimes the comments get it right. For anyone watching this, the live trailer was JP Japanese, so there's definitely a Japanese option. Well, no fucking shit, Sherlock. 20 years, we're so back. Oh baby, we're not so back. That no, dear God, you got that so wrong. Musashi as a protagonist, dismemberment, and being able to use tables to our advantage. This is definitely the 2026 game for me because you can kick a table. Okay, your standards are quite low, I must say. Okay, there's a guy here saying that Miyamoto Musashi, I probably butchered that name a little bit, as an Onimusha protagonist is very sick. The greatest swordsman in all of Japan. So apparently they're using this guy who's the greatest swordsman in all of Japan as the protagonist. Then why the fuck, which brings me back to the trailer, why the fuck is the greatest swordsman in all of Japan in comedy running away from the bad guys? Where is it? Here. Why is he running away from the bad guys if he's the greatest swordsman in all of Japan? This further emphasizes the tone is wrong. Right? If this is true. Which seems to be because people are kind of saying it. Why is he British? Why is he British? Because, you know, you need to get a British voice actor because that fits so perfectly. The mismatched dubbing is refreshingly nostalgic to Onimusha 1. I really want to see, does anyone say anything about the bracelet? But maybe somewhere, I'm not sure. Oh my, they're using the RE engine? That didn't look like it. So the anime must be canon. Musashi still has the Oni gauntlet. Dope. Damn it. No. The voice is just comedic. No one's referencing the fucking gauntlet yet. I want someone to reference the gauntlet. Combat looks neither spectacle fighter, Batman-like, or Souls-like, which is a nice change of pace because it seems it's one of these three these days. I'm sure there has to be someone who's referencing the fucking gauntlet. If not, I'm literally going to write the comment myself. But look, it might be in there, but look, I could be going for a while. I'm keeping this here because I'm actually going to write the comment at some point. You know, maybe not now, but after the stream, I'm going to be like, is anyone pointing out the fact of the stupid fucking sidekick thing? Even though this is like 7 days ago, so a lot of people might see it, but still, I'm still doing it. I can only hear Zidane say, "Are you ready for some dirty dancing 100 times in a battles? So many battles before it's like, shut the fuck up." It's lyrics from Pink Pony Club. Chappelle Run. Ah, did not know this. God, what have you done? And my brain defaulted to the lyrics. Ah, okay. East Asian Gamer, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. I don't know what Tides of Annihilation is, but I'm intrigued. Let's see if my intrigueness is worth the intrigue.
No one knows how that world came into being. It devoured everything from the past. Only I was left. That was a fatal mistake.
It's the aura of the Grail pieces. I can sense it. As long as it is reforged.
My wish can be fulfilled.
Okay, so far looking good.
But wishes come at a price.
To pursue one's wishes is to court one's doom.
Holy Grail. Blood. This is a feast only for the king. Can't escape from your doomed fate.
Gwendolyn, this is your final warning.
My quarrel lies not with you, But I will take back everything that belongs to me. Even if the price is my soul. The table is dead. It exists no more.
Comments, thoughts, reactions? What did you think of that one? Obviously a lot different from the Onimusha one. Hey Danny Vance, welcome, welcome, welcome. Have you seen Blood of the Dawn Walker game trailer? Haven't seen it. I can definitely look at it. Have you seen South of the Midnight yet? Nope, haven't seen it. We can definitely look at both of those. No problem at all. I'm not really sure what. Okay, let me look at the blurb. When the streets of London are engulfed by an outworld invasion, the only survivor, Gwendolyn, discovers a mysterious power to command the legendary Knights of the Round Table. Driven by vengeance and the desperate need to save her sister, she embarks on a high-stakes journey across two worlds, a shattered modern London and the mythical Avalon. Unleash the power of mythical spectral knights, battle colossal foes in iconic landmarks, and uncover the truth behind the Grey Fog in this thrilling action-adventure inspired by Arthurian legend. Can you master Gwendolyn's powers and decide the fate of the two worlds? So the features include Spectral Knight dual fighting system. I saw this knight coming out as like a kind of like a power-up kind of thing. Probably like a summonable thing on a cooldown, I'd imagine. Could be wrong. Customize devastating combos with Spectral Knights in frantic high-speed battles. Oh, that sounds interesting. Now, the reason why I'm reading the blurb is because I have no idea what this game is. So this is actually helpful. This seems to be like a new IP. So this kind of stuff will be needed. Unlike Onimusha, where I kind of like, well, I knew what it's about. Modern London meets medieval fantasy. Explore iconic landmarks warped by use your words, Jay. Warped by an apocalyptic. Why did I find apocalyptic outworld invasion? Colossal knights roaming the city, scale and battle massive dynamic, knights across London in vertical interconnected challenges. I did notice that, and this was one of the points I was going to make. The combat felt very floaty, kind of almost like Kingdom Hearts, let's say. Do you know that Sora spends a lot of time like in the air? That kind of thing. So it seems very floaty, which probably is to do with the verticality of this game. 30 plus unique boss fights confront demigods inspired by the lore of the Knights of the Round Table. This is a very different take on Arthur, right? Discover the secrets of your power. Unravel the mysteries of Gwendolyn's origin in a journey of revenge, reunion, and redemption. I love the alliteration and the R's. The revenge, the reunion, and the redemption. The battle for two worlds begins. Will you rise above the tides of annihilation? Now, what would be very interesting is if you can choose which world to defend in the end of the day. Like, will it give you an option being like, oh, will you choose to save London, or will you save the mythical Avalon? But let's go through it. Now that we have a bit of the blurb, it seems like a Square Enix next gen game. Exactly. There you go, Danny Vance. There you go. Bang on, my dude. Bang on. So similar mindset there, right? So definitely, who is it made by actually? If it's Square Enix, then I'd be like, oh hell yeah, this is Square Enix all over the place. Does it say? Did it say in the? Usually to tell you who made it. says wish list now. Play to Eclipse Glow Games. Eclipse Glow Games. Doesn't sound like Square Enix. Unless this is some studio on them. It gives me.
No one knows how that world came.
I'm just going to turning it down. So it kind of gives me a bit of kind of like. It definitely gave me some kind of Dark Souls, Elden Ring inspiration with some of the characters. Like this, definitely over here. Where's this woman? This knight definitely looked like Melania, or whatever. Yeah, it's Melania, isn't it? No, but not Melania. Like this woman from Elden Ring. What's that bitch's name? I'm thinking Melania, like Melania Trump. It's something like Melania, isn't it? She's like one of the hardest fights in Elden Ring. The one with the big long, the one with the big long sword, and she looks like that, like kind of like the knight has the thing going over the headpiece going over the eyes, and she does like that flow attack that's like extremely difficult. What's the name of that? I think it's like Melania anyway. Melina, something like that. But kind of gives me some kind of like From Software vibes from how this kind of character and how some of the beasts and stuff kind of look. I'm really liking I'm really liking just the design, basically. I'm really liking the creature design. I like that this stand out quite a lot. It looks very interesting. The graphics look really good. I like obviously the mythological side of it. It would be very interesting to see like real world meets mythology, and they're also doing it from like this definitely gives me a From Software. Like I could almost imagine I fought this guy as a From Software boss. You know what I'm saying? Not that obviously From Software is the be all and end all, but I felt like I fought it before. There's going to be some like traversing. Okay, fair enough. Like, okay, if there's going to be lots of verticality, I'm sure you're going to spend a lot of time climbing, but that stuff can be very boring. Depends how to handle it, but it can be very... It can break the pace a lot if there's too much. The camera angle here... Wait for it now. There's a camera angle there. I'm like... The camera angle gives me very Devil May Cry camera angle. Like, I would have definitely played a lot of Devil May Cry where this camera angle would have been used when it's zooming out for lots of... So I'm kind of wondering... They're definitely doing multiple different camera angles anyway. So, like, different styles. So it's not just like a set kind of camera, like, over the shoulder type thing. That's what I mean. Really loving the big monsters, the demigods and all this stuff. Like, the combat, the boss fights and stuff, they look quite epic. Definitely very spectacle based from what I can see. Very flashy. Even the magical abilities, and just kind of looking at actually, can I hear the sound of that? Does it have the sound effects included? Okay, yeah. Yeah, it looks like, I'm sure the sound engine is very good. The combat, how would I say it? The move sets in the combat, they definitely stand out. Which is good. Like, I really love this. When I saw this, I was very impressed. How you summon this knight, and not it does. I think, is it coming out of her? I'm just trying to freeze frame it. Oh shit! I'm not sure. Is it coming out, or is it battling beside you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's battling beside you. Maybe you summon it and then it comes out. But it looked almost. If you look at this, I'm trying to freeze frame it. It looks like when it charges, you're charging together. Like that you're punching at the same time. I think that would be pretty interesting. But that looks really cool. you know, had that effect of choosing this knight. And, you know, it gives me obviously a lot of Elden Ring vibes, or kind of Dark Souls vibes just from how the fights look. Now, is it going to be on the same kind of difficulty factor as that? I have obviously zero idea, but it looks, the action very much looks like you have to be very good with your dodging and stuff like that, which, you know, like it looks well telegraphed, like the spells and abilities that they're showing off, it looks very well telegraphed, so timing is obviously essential. Now, once again, the difficulty will, it's to be decided. So I'm trying to think, are they going to go for like some sort of Souls like experience? um We'll see. We'll see. But it gives me a lot of kind of Souls vibes while doing its own thing. I think there's some interesting I'm loving the character designs. Like I know I have already talked about this with like the monster designs, but like I think she looks fucking fantastic. Whoever this woman is, and apparently you fight her, so you know, I just think she looks like a boss. She's a boss ass bitch. Love it. Impressive. Impressive. I'm just like, yeah, fuck me up, mommy. Like, that's literally what I'm thinking when I watch her. And yeah, that looks really cool. So it looks very it looks very stylistic. Spectacle, flashy, well telegraphed from what I can see. Fast paced action, of course, and timing essential, because you do see them dodging a lot there. So yeah, and there's 30 plus unique boss fights, so that sounds like a good amount. Like when we're playing Black Myth Wukong, you probably get like 30 in one chapter. You know, there's a lot. I'm not complaining, but there's a fucking lot of bosses in Wukong, which I need to play. But 30 sounds like a really good number, and that's just like boss fights, so you know. So the game is probably a good length as well, since there's 30 boss fights, unless they do a Wukong where there's like a boss fight every 5 minutes. We'll see. But it's probably a good length of a game too. Anyway, I'm liking the overall design, the sound design, the graphical design, the monster and the character design as well. The story sounds interesting with two different worlds, and they're also taking it from like Knights of the Round Table, and they're taking that kind of angle with it, and you can also summon dynamic knights. Like, it's it sounds very interesting. It sounds definitely like a game that I would enjoy. Now the proof is going to be in the pudding, and how they balance it, and you know, the skill tree, and or however you're going to be able, well, most likely there's going to be a skill tree, and just yeah, the balance, and the balance of the, like, let's say the difficulty, but also the balance of like of the range of different spells and abilities and stuff. Because if there's obviously a clear meta, then everyone is going to go for the clear meta, you know, like, oh, this is the best knight, hands down, he's the most powerful, it's game over, you know. So I hope it's balanced, that like literally you can kind of play it your way type thing. Now obviously you can still do that even if there is a meta, but I'm just kind of pointing out, like, I hope there's a good balance, that like realistically you can pick any of these knights, and you know, and have a good time. But yeah, there's going to be so much that we have to find out. So call me intrigued by this Tides of Annihilation. If you want to watch it, check out that game trailer. It came out 7 days ago. It's in early access. Is coming. Did it say it's early access? Oh, it's wish list. Let me double check. Oh yeah, wish. Okay, so it's in development, no release date, but wish listed. So cool. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that one. Looking it up, this is the only game under that company. They're based in China, apparently. Okay, so this is going to be a very interesting test for a new that's a, you know, that's a nice challenge. But look at it this way as well. Like when we played Lies of P, which is a Souls-like, you know, kind of following, in a way, kind of like this. It was the first time that that particular company made that, like, I think they had like 2 games or something like that under the belt, but this was the first time they tried to do something like this, and they knocked it out of the park. So, it's definitely going to be a challenge. Now, this new company, this new studio, it could be full of veterans in this genre and stuff like that. So, you know, it's going to definitely be a good test to see their chops, basically. Let's see what they're kind of made of. So I'm going to be, call me intrigued and cautiously optimistic on this one. Oh my god, I miss your lives. What's this game, says Femfrey? It's called Tides of Annihilation's in development. Kind of Konami Metroidvania vibes. Like those today action games. Yeah. Oh, my mind just crossed Bayonetta. Yeah, definitely a bit of Bayonetta with the summons, you know, and stuff like that. And yeah, and you know, she's doing her dancing and stuff, but it's going to be interesting and see how they pair it. Now, they did specifically say there's Spectral Knight dual fighting system, so I'm imagining you can play both at the same time. Now, maybe you have like full control of the main character and you only have slight control of the knight. I'd imagine that's how it is. Like, you press a couple, like you have a couple of buttons and they're like cooldowns or something. But being able to control both of them like simultaneously, I don't know how that would work, but maybe they found a way. Maybe his actions are tied to your buttons. Like, if you press X to, let's say, punch, he also punches. So maybe it could be something like that, you know? Whereas like Bayonetta, she's like dancing there, always just dancing, and you control the monster kind of thing, right? Like, she obviously has gameplay, but you know, it's probably different than Bayonetta. Less glam style, yeah, probably less glam style from, you know, Bayonetta's the bitch, you know, she's the queen. You don't beat Bayonetta for sexiness, you know. She's all about the whole vibes. We love a good. She's Samantha. She's Samantha from Sex and the City, right? That's Bayonetta. So I'd say that's it. And the only reason, and I might shock you guys, I never watched Sex and the City before. I watched a couple of clips, and one of my friends convinced me to watch Sex and the City, the movie, 2, the second one. I didn't see the first one. Because it was about the Middle East, and that's why he wanted me to watch it, so I could have a glimpse into the Middle East. You know, so I have to watch Sex and the City. So Sex and the City 2, the movie, was my first kind of proper introduction to it, and now I properly understand Samantha, you know. So that's why I can make the link, okay? Samantha is like Bayonetta. Yeah, amazing. There's a bit of Samantha in all of us, definitely in me anyway. There you go. Well, yeah, like those today action games. Hey, Almighty Bandana. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings. Ooh, very fancy bandana, aren't you? Okay, let's move on to next. Let's move on to Aquatics game. Anyway, those are my thoughts about Tides of Annihilation. So sounds positive. Okay, South of Midnight. When a hurricane rips through Prospero, Hazel is pulled into the southern Gothic world where reality and fantasy are interwoven. And ancient creatures from folklore merge. Ooh, okay. And it's releasing in April. Okay, let's have a. Sounds interesting. Let's have a look.
Whew. It is really picking up out there. Did you pack everything?
Mama, this ain't my first hurricane. I know what to do.
As long as you didn't forget the
Flashlights and batteries.
Oh, shoot, we got 5 minutes. Let's go.
Won't be rushed if you didn't.
Don't mumble. Speak on it.
I said we wouldn't be rushed if you didn't waste all that time at the shelter.
Now, you want to bring this up right now.
I'm just saying.
Hazel, please.
We might need some help. I might need some help. While you're out helping everybody else.
Hazel!
No! Mama!
Is that Hazel?
The trailer got swept downstream with Mama in it, and it ain't just about Mama. I'm seeing these things.
Hey, Hazel.
Who's there?
Up here. You find your mama yet?
A talking fish. Nope. Ain't no way.
It ain't every day I hear about a new weaver such as yourself.
What are you talking about?
You can't see strands, can't you? And a trained weaver ought to be able to rescue her mama easy. I can teach you the rest.
This better work.
Lost in a crowd, you feel your thoughts out loud. Lost in.
Can I help you, son?
You know anything about that creepy old house up on the hill?
Yes, that was once the home of Hug and Molly.
Wait, is Hug and Molly real?
All the stories are real, darling.
All your money until you call.
Hell no.
Weavers fix things deep down. They mend parts of your soul so ripped you'd forgotten they were ever one piece.
I came all this way to hear your story. The real story, Itchy.
It was complicated. This is grown folks' business. This ain't for you.
I ain't no damn child.
Then you're welcome to try bottling up the pain. But the roots of this trouble go deep.
Oh dear. You've been keeping secrets. It's your life. Now you're gone. There's no tomorrow.
It's here, it's on.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? There's just something I wanted to check back here. But what do you guys think while I'm looking for this thing? I just turned it down, so where there it is. I'm just trying to look at the gameplay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. As in, I'm not saying that like it's not going to be a good game. I'm just trying to formulate my thoughts. I don't know enough about this yet. The story could be very intriguing. So you're kind of having this south of midnight, so you're getting this kind of southern, maybe like Louisiana in the bayou, kind of thing, which sounds like a very interesting premise. I don't think I've seen it before. Myth, you know, kind of like Wizard of Oz, maybe like getting transported to a mystical world full of these creatures, monsters are never forgotten. Could be interesting. I'm trying to figure out the combat. So I can see she has these two, I don't even know what they are. I was going to say like nunchucks, you know, but I'm not really sure what it is that she has. And I'm trying to like make sense of how it works. Now there was like one or two scenes where it showed her like kind of casting them and knock down the enemies. And I saw there I kept going back to this image because it looks like she can use them to maybe pick up things. I'm just trying to... It looks like she can use whatever the things are anyway to pick up stuff and throw it at this boss. I'm just trying to figure out how, like... I'm not sure how the gameplay is. And fair enough, look, this is the story trailer, which is fine. As it says, story trailer, so it's focusing on the story more so than the gameplay. So obviously I'm just trying to get my head around how the combat could be. I'm liking the animation. I'm liking the art style. Is definitely, it's different. It's different. I think it suits it, you know, for this kind of southern kind of look that they're kind of going for. Like it definitely has its own appeal. I like it. I'm really liking this crocodile thing. Of course, it's going to be in the bayou. There's going to be a crocodile, right? I'm just trying to figure out what's the deal with it. See, as much is there's a gameplay trailer as well. Okay. Can we look at this gameplay trailer too? Because I'm really trying to make sense of, like, I like that it's focusing on story. I love a good story in a game. Like, if possible, not every game has to have like a story for me to, you know, to enjoy it. But like, if it's going to be something that's really focusing on the story, which if they're having a trailer that's pretty much dedicated to story, then it's going to be very much story driven. So sounds very interesting. The combat trailer is quite long. Okay, interesting. Better than the samurai game by Faris Gamon. Looks charming and story rich. Little Miss Cole Whip. Love the South / Bayou theme. The game looks so unique. The Bayou magic has taken hold, and I'm here for it. Wizard of Oz, but make it an action adventure game. Okay, you guys seem to be liking it. Charming, story rich. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the combat trailer, because then that will help formulate my thoughts. But I'm liking it so far. I'm just a little bit confused, as you can probably see. But I'm like, you know, trying to make sense of what's going on.
Really?
I'm just gonna skip the. Okay, maybe I won't skip it.
I'm all ears.
So I just want to focus on the combat more so than. I liked it. That looks really cool.
You want to make him come running?
I'm gonna bring this close to me so then I can listen to it and talk at the same time.
And he didn't take that too kind. If you ring that
Himber brain needs time to process. Well, you know, when you need to formulate your thoughts, Gamon, you know, like sometimes you can't get all the words out like instantly. You have to like take a moment to analyze, you know.
You better not skedaddle.
Go on now, scoot. I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
I like the little sass. See, one thing there, I mentioned a game called Forspoken there when we were talking about the annoying sidekick amulet bracelet thingy about the Onimusha, which has me extremely worried. When I first was looking at this, I was like, it's giving me a bit of Forspoken vibes. I was like, please, for the love of God, be good. Please, for the love of God, be good. Okay.
Gotta move quickly now. Wait, that floating island is the gator?
What is... Okay, well, maybe they're kind of using some sort of like voodoo magic or something, like with these, whatever the hell it is. I'm just calling them nunchucks because it looks like the two of them, they're kind of like bars. So I'm just calling them nunchucks. But it looks like, so what we saw there is she's using the nunchucks and it can propel her forward. It looks like it can also, from the other trailer, it looks like she can pick up stuff. So there seems to be some sort of like, this traction type of physics to it that it can pick up and propel you forward. So it seems to be almost like a traction beam of some description.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell no. I'm assuming that's intentional. I'm assuming that's an intentional artistic design. I'll have to see more of the trailer to kind of opinion it, because if that's the artistic design, like that'll be fine, of course. But it looks like some really bad FPS issues. But this might be what they're going for. But it looks like clunky, like the frames are struggling just to to do their thing. But this is probably the intended design. It just, yeah. Okay, so she can like rip their soul or some core, it looks like, at the end. So let me look at it again. And what does that do?
All right, time to find that church.
Well, obviously, like I was looking to see, does something light up on the game, like a collectible, or like I was trying to look at the interface to see what it was. I can see flowers, of course, blooming, which reminds me of what's that game? Can you remember that game? Oh, Spirit. Oh, Jesus. I hate when I can't think of the name of the game. Can you remember the Kenya? It kind of reminds me of Kenya there. That when you kill things, like the forest blooms. Can you remember Kenya and the spirits or something it was called? Those cute little creatures. But it's surprisingly, such a cute game actually turned out to be quite difficult. It was very Souls difficulty. I'm kind of looking at the combat here again. Now, fair enough, it's just one fight. Now, it comes across like it's a boss fight, but at the same time, it could just be a normal fight, because it's too short to realistically be a boss fight. Well, at least, So I'd imagine it's just like an introduction. But see, it could be like an introduction of a common creature, or maybe like an elite enemy or something. But like, it dies too fast to be a boss, surely. So it has to be some sort of like a special creature, but maybe not like a boss. I'm like, yeah. So the traction thing again. So you can propel yourself forward into them, to escape attacks or to close the distance between you. And it looks like, so you have this like ground effect, this kind of like earthquake effect, that you slam the nunchucks into the ground. He doesn't do much damage when he hits her. So I'm assuming like this could be the easy mode, or this is like, look, it's tuning in progress. I'm not going to labor too much into it, like health bars and stuff, because all that stuff is numbers and that can be adjusted. But it looks like she has plenty of life to take lots of hits. Like he just knocked her, like he just literally gave her a fucking punch into the face, and it barely scratched her. Once again, tuning not final. So it's probably very forgiving. And then again, this could be like the easy mode, okay, let's continue on. Could be on story mode and not normal or hard. Yeah. That's the one kind of thinking. It's subtle, but I like how it shows she's not used to fighting with those weapons. Yeah. It's not. It's. Do you know when sometimes in a game it's like, oh, I've never used a gun before, and then when you're playing as the character, it's like bang, 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 bang. Like it's as if they have like 5 years of military experience or something like that behind them. You know, it doesn't seem realistic. Like we were playing Silent Hill 2, the remake, back in October, November. And what I liked about that is that the main character, like you could obviously see in his animations that his fighting style, he wasn't like military trained. It was literally like he's struggling to just, you know, to fight, and he's like putting in all these like grunts and like, you know, he's not a professional fighter. So I'm getting that kind of vibe that you're talking about there, Gamon, in her fighting as well, which is very subtle, but it works really nicely, because she shouldn't be used to fighting, especially with this magical nunchucks. Stop motion movement, you can turn that off. Okay. I like that you can turn off the stop motion. I really hope this game comes out good. Let's continue on. See more. I need to see more combat. Okay, so she's like cleansing a corruption. Okay, she can do double. Let me check that again. Jump, double jump, and then she can fly. Oh, okay. Like, it's just like she was like kind of like almost like paragliding there. Like here, see that? Okay, so the double jumping kind of seems a bit off, though, doesn't it? Wait, I need to catch. So she's like bouncing on something. So is she like calling the spiritual energy or something, maybe to allow her to do that? Because otherwise it wouldn't make sense, because like how could let's say a girl, like an ordinary girl, just double jump? Like she's not Prince of Persia, for example, or whatever, you know, like she's not like most Metroidvanias where like double jumping is kind of like the done thing. She's a Louisiana girl or whatever, some southern girl anyway. Like how the hell would she know how to double jump, you know? So it seems that she's using maybe like the spiritual energy to allow her to like get that extra lift, let's say. And then as she's coming down, you can extend it. You can see here that she's calling on the energy to allow her to kind of somersault further, to give her a bit more distance, and then she can use almost like she's paragliding or something right at the end here. So you can see that she's using, I'm liking the very little subtle animations here between, as I keep calling them, the nunchucks. So you can see she's kind of using them to glide down. Now, I don't know, is the glide like going to be, maybe we'll see it, I don't know, is the glide like long, or is it maybe like just a quick moment type of thing? Like I'm really analyzing these features, because I really like, I do want this game to be good, if you know, because it doesn't intrigue me as much as the other game that the Tides of Vengeance, or I think it was called. It doesn't intrigue me as much, but it definitely calls for my attention anyway. I'm kind of like hoping it does well, you know, so that type of thing. Whereas I'm very intrigued by the other. This is, yeah, I hope it does well. Hulk's fart box. I want to crawl all over your body. Hulk's fart box, big muscle flexing. Welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow. Thanks for pressing the follow button. We don't question magic logic. I keep thinking dowsing rods for some reason. Maybe I'm just not sure what it is. I'm just calling them nunchucks, but like something like this, dowsing rods, is probably a lot closer to nunchucks. Could be like some voodoo things that they use, you know.
There it is.
And I'd say they would put a lot, like, since it's kind of going for the southern thing, I'd say there would be some voodoo magic involved here. Oh. Okay, so you can use the wind and you can then fly with the direction of the wind. Okay. But once the wind... Okay, so she definitely can glide a little bit, it seems.
What the hell?
A boat and a church are...
I'm still trying to put my finger on the animation. It's that kind of stop motion that you're talking about. It's obviously intentional, but at the same time, it's kind of distracting for me. Like you see what I mean? Like, it just feels like it's in low FPS. There's just something, it's distracting me, and I hope I can get used to it. It's definitely a deliberate choice. I hope I can get used to it. Provided I play this game, I hope I can adjust to it. I'm sure I can, but like because you know, they sometimes when you have like an artistic choice, it can really take you out of the immersion because you keep kind of like nitpicking on it. It kind of stands out a bit too much that it kind of detracts from the experience. So yeah, I hope it will be good. I hope it will be good. We'll see. The gameplay trailer came out earlier than the story trailer, which is why it interested me in that aspect. Fair enough, fair enough. Like it definitely is interesting. I'm just not sure. There's a lot of potential going for it. There is. But there's some things I'm very uncertain about. Like, I need more, you know, I need to analyze it even further. So we'll see. Probably how they did it, you can run a filter on animation to make it keyed on 2, so it has that effect. It has to be, like, because when you're doing this here, like how it's done here, it's very deliberate. Like, look at her, even how she just moves in the cutscenes. Like, you can see there's this kind of, it's kind of janky, but it's definitely deliberate. I just need to adjust to it. I'm sure if I was playing the game for like an hour or 2 hours or whatever, it'll probably feel very, very normal. It's just when I'm not used to kind of seeing this kind of like choppiness, which is obviously an intentional artistic choice. It just kind of puts me like, I'm very sure I've seen this type of stuff in like stories and things, like in cartoons and stuff. So they obviously, I'm very sure they have an inspiration from something that gives that has that kind of choppy stuff, because I'm very sure I've seen it before, in a cartoon or so. But yeah, we'll see. From the Steam page, it doesn't need powerful specs to run it at max. Okay, and it's coming out in April, right? I think it said April on the coming 2025. Yeah, it's the other trailer that I'm very sure it said April. Yeah, April 8th. So it's coming out on April 8th. So 2 months, not even 2 months. You've seen it in movies like Caroline and Missing Link. Ah, that's where I've seen it. So, yeah, cartoons. Well, yes. Yes. I've seen it before, definitely, yes. And pretty cheap. I wonder how Steam. Let me check on my Steam. While we talk 40 quid. Okay, okay. Like, the price of a game doesn't need to determine the quality of the game, right? Nor does it have to necessarily determine the length of a game. Just because we're so used to buying games at like 70 or 80 doesn't mean that all the games have to be 70 and 80. Like, I've played plenty of games that are, let's say half the price or even less than half the price of, let's say, AAA developed games, right? And they've turned out to be absolutely phenomenal in comparison to some of the shit. Like, we talked about this earlier, that a lot of the AAA games that come out are absolute horseshit and they spend hundreds of millions and they're fucking awful. Not all of them, obviously. So price doesn't necessarily need to match, let's say, quality or even the length, okay? Because it looks very interesting on its own. So, and it's probably not AAA, let's say, which is not a bad thing at all. Actually, it's probably a good thing. What was this? Just south of midnight. So there we go. Yeah, €40. Let's see now. Okay, and it's single player, so there's no co-op stuff, which is fine. Let's see the specs, because you were talking about the specs. Yeah, pretty much anything can run this. Like a decent sized potato could probably run this game. Maybe not a small potato, but like at least a medium sized potato could probably run it, So yeah, like very, very friendly on your processor. It looks like I'd be able to run this without a fucking issue. My computer might actually might sleep because it's going to require so little processing power. So that's going to be nice. At least my system doesn't have to work too hard on it, so that's good. So yes, now I'd say some of that maybe is within the artistic design of it, like with that kind of like that slow motion choppiness. Maybe that also brings down a lot of the requirement. I doubt that was the reason why they did it, by the way. I think it's just literally inspiration from as aquatic as Chorus, sorry, it says with Coraline and Missing Link, that kind of animation style. I'm going to be purchasing it myself when it becomes available. Cough, cough, Battlefield. Oh, dear Jesus. No, we do not talk about this, Aquatic. No, don't do that. Yovin, sleep well, my man. Thank you for joining me on the stream tonight. No, but I like reasonable price games. Tired of seeing new games at $70. Man, me too. I'm like, it's not that often that I buy a game for full price. Like, I usually wait until there's a discount. Now, unless it's a game that I really, really want to play, obviously. But most games I can happily wait, It depends. It really depends. Who else? There was another trailer. Actually, I think it was Joven who said it, but you're going to sleep now, so I don't know. Did you hear this? There was another trailer that you wanted me to check out. And you know what? We spent so much time doing this, and yeah, I'm not going to be able to game tonight anyway. In 15 minutes? Not a hope. I don't mind. Like, I don't mind. But yeah. My original intention was like half the stream was, well, probably more than half the stream was going to be gameplay, but instead we devolved in another direction Typical Jay, right? But hey, look, there's always another time. There's always another time. The game's art style kind of reminded me of Life is Strange and the Walking Dead games. Life is Strange, it definitely reminds me a bit of that. The only reason I kind of know the Walking Dead games is because I remember watching like a trailer and stuff when we were doing some of the gaming news things back last year. Can't believe that's a year ago already. Oh my god. Blood of the Dawn Walker was what Jovan witnessed. Okay, let's look. We might as well have a look at this one. You know what? It would be great if I can watch Recess and at the final bit as well, right? Okay, let's watch just one last trailer. So, at least, like, to be honest, although I said I was going playing games tonight, at least we're kind of discussing games, so it's kind of close. Okay, let's see. Bandai Namco. From the director of The Witcher 3. Ooh, okay. This could be something to look out for. When was this trailer released? A month ago. Jesus, okay. Jay, I must have disappeared, guys. I haven't seen some of this stuff at all. High expectations are set like instantly when you say you're the director of one of the probably one of the most highest rated games of all time. It's like your expectations are literally like up here, right? It's like, oof. Let's see. Let's go actually. Let the judging commence, Gamon.
It's all right. Lunka! Don't hurt her!
You gave us quite the chase, young.
Please, sir. She's just a child.
Ah, Roderick, remind me. Did I make an exception for children?
No, sire.
No. That would have been foolish, would it not? They spread the plague just as well as adults. And there's only one way to stamp out this sickness.
No!
Not just a runner, but a fighter, too. Had we met under a different moon, things might have ended there.
Gamon.
Lunka. My sister. She needs help. Fast. Please, let us pass through. I beg of you. Please. Please. I don't know. How?
I am life. I am death. I am everything in between. I have been watching your little valley. Pestilence, famine, killing, blood spilt carelessly like water. Things will be different now.
for all of you.
Now, obviously, I need to see the gameplay, obviously, but we have to wait until the summer. What do you think? What do you think? So you become a vampire, it seems, of some description anyway. And love, there's going to be like a big land, you know, Witcher style, I guess. Lots of, and it's set in a medieval theme. And there's multiple of these vampires. Maybe it's like a vampire family, like a council or something like that. And they all have their own different abilities, it seems. So each vampire, or whatever the game classifies them as, has their own unique power. So I guess you, as the, let's say, the protagonist, probably has its own power, or maybe you can specialize in a certain path. Let's say the world needs what it fears. So from what the let's say the head vampire, the king. I'm just going to listen to his little speech again here. Just
Pestilence, famine, and everything in between. I have been watching your little valley. Pestilence, famine, killing, blood spilled carelessly like water. Things will be different now.
So it seems like he's coming across as he's like the cleanser. So it's almost like, okay, you guys have sinned, so now it's our turn, the vampires or whatever, turn to like cleanse your wickedness, let's say. So that's why, you know, we need what we fear. So I guess you get turned into a vampire or whatnot, and now your job is, well, judgment. You're going to place judgment on on the humans for their wicked ways. Was going to say Vladimir, but I was wrong. Okay, but if gameplay is summer, then we probably aren't seeing a release for a while. Oh yeah. This is probably 2026 at the probably late 2026, I'd imagine. Each vampire actually was almost a famous military leader. Thought it showed Atalia, the blonde one, looks like a Charmeleon. Okay, do you think that maybe these vampires are based on potential famous military leaders, as you're saying? Like this one here looks like some sort of Hun of some description. So maybe they're taking, like, as you said, military leaders. Like this one could be what's his name, the Hun, Attila the Hun, for example. So yeah, it could kind of do something like that. Okay. So yeah, so maybe the head vampire recruited the military leaders, because, you know, they're powerful and stuff, and they kind of wanted to you know, kind of create this, like, let's say, all powerful military might, let's say. So he took the most powerful military leaders of that time, and turned them into vampires. So that could be a very accurate assessment, really. If they were all in a similar time period. Now, this is obviously medieval, right? So, like, maybe they're taking the most famous military leaders of the medieval time. Now, whether it's all they're from different, like, they could, since they're vampires and they probably live, well, forever, or like they're immortal or whatever, like, you could definitely take them from lots of different time periods, I guess, in a way, over like a couple of 100 years or whatever. But maybe he isn't scheming that long, this head vampire, like, so maybe he wasn't waiting hundreds of years, but he did say he was watching. So he was watching you kill, he was watching famine, this stuff. So he's been watching for a while. So I guess while he was watching, he was also playing his cards and biding his time. So for his master strategy or whatever. So these military leaders could be from a similar enough timeline, like, let's say a century or so. Yeah, maybe. Genghis Khan, if I had to guess. They're probably going to make all the vampires the military leaders that were called blood drinkers. Interesting. It could, yeah. Look, if this is developed, right? If this is developed by the director, as I said, of The Witcher 3, like, we should be in for a good treat. Like, if you remember, if you've played, I'm sure most of you guys know, if you haven't played, at least know Witcher 3 and Geralt of Rivia, of course. But if you can remember, in The Witcher 3 specifically, there was a DLC, the second DLC that came out. I think it was called Blood and Wine, if memory serves me correct. And that whole DLC, like, it was a huge DLC, much bigger than the first one, and it was all about vampires. So I'd imagine he really wanted to maybe continue on this vampire story in his own way, obviously. So I'm sure the director really, not only did he want to get vampires into The Witcher 3 and like put a whole expansion DLC around them, but he also obviously is so fascinated that he wanted to make his own game all about vampires, right? So there has to be a connection there. And to be fair, in my opinion, I loved The Witcher 3 even more because of that DLC. I thought that DLC was fantastic. It definitely put The Witcher 3 way up there once I played that DLC. Like, I thought The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was a good game, but there was parts where it really dragged and got very boring. The combat, like, really fucking got boring. It was very tired, overused, repetitive, blah. But that's the feeling I felt getting towards the end of Witcher 3 in particular. But once I played the first DLC, I didn't really care that much about. I think it was called Heart of Stone. I think Heart of Stone. But Blood and Wine definitely set it apart. I was like, wow, this is amazing. So, although it was still like the same kind of combat and all that, I just really loved the land and just the story even more because of that. So, yeah. So I'm sure he'll do a good job telling vampire stories, because he certainly did in The Witcher 3. And here I am wanting more werewolf games. That's because you're a furry. You're a furry lover, and there's nothing wrong with a big hunky muscular daddy werewolf in a game. Absolutely not. We're all here for the werewolf bara, right? So I don't know. Is there any like werewolf games coming out in the near future? Sue me. I'm not going to sue you, Gamon. I'm actually agreeing with you. Sue us all. Yeah, right. Sue us all. Indeed. What time? Oh, okay. 1:30. I'm trying to think, will I watch Recess? But I'm also like, it's 1:30, Jay. You should go to bed, because I'm trying to change my sleep schedule to come even back a little bit more. So I'm like trying to my best now to kind of like I'm still happy anywhere between 1:30 to 3, but realistically as closer to the 1:30 mark, so I can get to bed like on days that I'm not streaming around 1:30, 2 o'clock. I try like I can't have it too much different because my sleep schedule it has to be like similar all the time. It's just how it is. So yeah, so if I'm ending like streams at like let's say 2 o'clock maximum, then like I'm usually like I can go to bed probably about 30 minutes later, approximately. So it kind of works, but if I can keep it closer to the 1:30 time, then I should be able to kind of go to bed around 2-ish. And that would be more along the lines that I'm wanting. Or I'll keep bonking. Go to bed or else I'll keep bonking. I don't know about gains, but I found a VN that is good. A VN? What's a VN? And tonight you will raid. Okay, I will raid a Fenry. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Gamone, you need to use the official J Cottz, okay? You need to use the official J Cottz bonk. It's not fair that you don't have access to the J Cottz bonks, okay? You need to be a J Cottz bonker. That's a J Cottz bonker. But yeah, you need to do it, Gamone. You need to have the unicorn bonk. The unicorn bonk is life, okay? This is much better. This is the bonk, okay? This is the bonk you need. They even float all over your screen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, Mr. VIP. Wow, doing my workout while looking at my end goal on Twitch. You're too kind. You're too kind. Just Jonathan, thank you so much for that. That's very sweet. Guys, so yeah, what we will do, Fenry, which we have rated multiple times in the past. He's a friend of the channel. We are going to raid him once he's still playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I just checked in there to see. I have no idea where he is in it. I just quickly checked to see what game he was playing. So he's currently playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and F. Henry's a very good time. Very nice guy. So we're going to be checking him out, and I'll stay for a moment to chat once the stream ends. But we won't have time to game, obviously, tonight. We spent the last hour or so analysing a couple of different gameplay trailers. We looked at 4, I believe. And before that, we were literally about an hour of very serious conversations. And then before that, about an hour of, like, talking about underwear. So tonight was all over the place. But I did say I wanted to make it fun at the end, and we got some funs. So yes, so thank you so much for joining in tonight, guys. I will be back on Sunday, I think. My friend's birthday is on Saturday, so Sunday should be fine. I hope. I'm gonna say tentatively, no, it should be fine. It should be fine. I'm back on Sunday. I will give you a heads up in case that doesn't work out as planned, but it should be Sunday. So yes, so definitely join back in. On Sunday, we will play Black Myth Wukong. By the way, I don't know, Keck. I don't know, was Keck here tonight? Keck, if you were in the background or if you were watching at all, or I might have missed your hello or something earlier, just in case you are here. But if you are here, well, if you're not, then I'm going to just have to repeat it another time. But if you are here, there was a movie that you recommended to me that I actually watched on the flight from Dublin to Dubai last week, Robot Dreams. And so I finally actually got around to watching Robot Dreams. Look, I was up in the middle of the air. Like, I was either going to be, like, I had some movie, I had a selection of movies, and literally that was the movie that just scrolled, like, that came on my screen very quickly as I was scrolling through. And instead of playing a game, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take Keck's suggestion and watch Robot Dreams. And just in case you guys haven't seen Robot Dreams, it was interesting. It was thoughtful. I'm still trying to figure out what the ending was. I know what it was, but I'm trying to think, is that what I wanted to see for the ending? If that makes sense. You'll have to say, if you've seen it, you know what I mean. I'm sure, and I'll definitely, if Keck's not here, I'm gonna have to bring that up on a discussion with him. But if you haven't seen it, it is interesting. It's an animated movie. It's about, and I think it was 90 minutes. I could be wrong with that, but I think it was about 90 minutes in length. It's about a dog who is lonely. He has no friends. He doesn't really know how to interact with people. It's kind of very socially awkward. But all he wants is a friend, and he essentially buys a robot, and the robot becomes his friend. So he programs the robot, and the robot, like, very quickly picks up like everything, right? So he becomes like best friends with the robot, and it's heartwarming and it's sad at the same time. The robot one, it's and it's called Robot Dreams. I'm not going to explain it, obviously, but it's definitely worth a watch in my opinion, and there's no talking in it at all. Okay, so there's no talking, so it's just all like pointing, and they just have to get around the absolute like no talking. So you cried while watching it. Like the ending, I'm still perplexed by the ending. Like, don't say it now, Fempri, for people who haven't seen it. I just don't know if I will like the ending or not. I like it, but I'm also like, did it have to be this way? But I'm like, I really like it at the same time. I'm like, this is actually, but also it could have been, I'm like, it works, but and people are like, I don't know, Jay. You don't know that we know that you know that you know that we know that you don't know that you don't know you know. Yeah. So it's like, it's literally that. So I need to get people's opinions on it. So please, guys, I'm going to give you homework. Okay, I'm going to give you homework. I am your teacher, Professor J, for a moment before I go. I'm being your teacher tonight, guys, and Professor J says your homework for tonight, class, is to watch Robot Dreams at some point over the next couple of days, so I can actually get your opinion on the ending. Because it perplexes me on if that's what I wanted to see on my screen. There you go. So that is, yeah, Chorus, I beat you to it. Oh yeah, and you asked for a pec flex as well, Chorus. My apologies. So maybe it's even better in the glasses. We'll see. It's different. So your Peckalicious Peck, Professor Pex, has given you homework for tonight, class, and the homework is to go and study Robot Dreams. If you can find it online or whatever, it's wherever you can find it. So if you get some time over the next couple of days, watch it so I can talk about it on the next stream and I can get your opinion about the ending. I'm not saying the ending is bad or the ending is good. It makes me think, and I just don't know which way I want it. It's one of those type of ending, in a way. It's not a cliffhanger, but it just, yeah. I'm like, yeah. You'll see what I mean. So, enjoy. That's what I will say. Enjoy. It's a little bit on the slow side, but because they're building up stuff. But it will make sense. So anyway, Professor J over and out. There's your homework, class, and please do it. It's still kind of winter time, kinda. At least where I live, anyway. So maybe you'll find some time if you're not doing anything else to, 90 minutes or whatever it is to watch Robot Dreams. It's a very easy watch, by the way. It's a very easy watch. It's like I was full focused on it the whole time because it's lovely. It's a lovely movie. Bit sad, but lovely. But yeah, so let's do that, please, for your homework for tonight. Robot dreams, robot dreams. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching tonight. Maybe on the next stream at the start, Dub, maybe we can watch the recess. We'll see. But we'll definitely have a discussion about robot dreams. So please, before we start gaming Black Myth Wukong again, getting back into it. So thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight, including the hard opinionated Jay that was there earlier for Mr. Serious Time. But hopefully you enjoyed all the trailers, the discussions on the trailers as well, and even the underwear a little bit earlier. So until next time. The next person you're going to see on your screen is going to be a Fenry. He's going to take very good care of you, especially if you like a little bit of Final Fantasy VII gameplay at the same time. So that's the next person who's going to be on your screen. And until then, I will see you hopefully on Sunday. So take care and thank you for viewing. Yes, sir. And you'll definitely see more of me online over the next couple of days anyway. And now that I'm back, I'm trying to get into a good schedule with a couple of things. So definitely check out all my socials and stuff. If you haven't checked that out yet, the Linktree will be linked. It is already linked by Dub. Thank you. There you go. So check out my Linktree, guys. That's my one-stop shop for all of my lovely links. You also have our community Discord, which is going to give you updates on when the next stream is going to be, including all the chit chats with the community. Definitely check it out. Lots of good topics over there, and I'm quite active on Discord in general. Just you see, I'm more in the DMs than in public view, but I am in the public view. Also, if you need help with your health and fitness, if maybe, I don't know, maybe my body can give you a bit of goals, I don't know, maybe I can help you on your health and fitness career, as I'm bulking at the moment. You know what? By the next stream, I need to find out what weight I am, because on Sundays when I measure myself, so that's where we're going to do. So let's see what the progress is going to be. And then, of course, if you want to check out some other content from myself, we have the J for Pay, which is a lot more of a fleshy variety of content featuring yours truly, a different side of J, as I like to say. So J for Pay. So until then, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all very, very soon. So Shlán lat, Shlán Awalia, agus cudla agus solve Macorda Anish, agus well she marastre, Nila Canala, Warig she, Shitauri, Mikwi. Guys, take care. Bye.
You're welcome to, but you haven't dove into playing them on stream.